2. Hello. Gonna double check the sound. There we go. It looks fine. Hello and welcome to our paper reading stream. For those of you who have come to some of the coffee chats in the past and are confused about this, we've split out just the paper reading to be its own thing, and then on Thursdays we're still going to talk about news, court cases, legislation, etc., product releases, things like that. And today we've got 5 papers that I'm pretty excited about. We got a little bit of a smorgasbord from different places. So first of all, we're going to read one of the shared task overview paper from one of the shared tasks at NLP 2022 on code mixed machine translation. And then there's a paper that has a title in Maori that I do not read, but it's about the implicit knowledge of Maori by non-Maori speakers living in New Zealand. And we'll talk a little bit about why I think that's so relevant to folks who are outside of New Zealand as well in just a little bit. And then we also have a paper from a preprint from Abe Verheyen and as first author and co-authors on specifically the Lion 400 dataset, 400 million dataset, and some of the issues they want to talk about there. And also traditional sociolinguistics paper on emojis and exclamation points and how they are used and also evaluated by men in interpersonal mobile communication. So that'll be fun. And then finally, and I will just right off the bat say that this paper is outside of my area of expertise. I'm not going to be able to provide you peer review on it, but it sounds cool. And it is basically what they're doing is they're looking at archaeological sites and then trying to use them to recreate what the shoreline of Norway would have been during the Stone Age, right? So like with sea level change, where would the shoreline have been? Sounds cool. I'm pretty sure they use R in here. I'm pretty sure they do some R simulation. So that's how it came across my desk, I guess. All right, so let's hop in. So first of all, we have the shared task from NLP 2022. And this was the one in Abu Dhabi that was a little bit contentious in the larger community, unfortunately. Oh, Tom says, I read the review of linguistics of emoji this week. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's an area I was working in a couple of years ago. I haven't done much since, but it is definitely cool. And again, an area I do have background in and have published in, so I should be able to give you a pretty good discussion of that one. Yes, unfortunately, the location of this conference was not great. I will also say I don't think we should be holding, conferences in the US either, given, accessibility issues. But this was another place that also had accessibility issues for large swaths of the community, including a lot of folks in Africa had a really hard time getting visas. So just kind of challenging all around. But this particular shared task was in the workshop on machine translation that was held at EMNLP. So if you're not familiar with sort of the structure of these things, the way that workshops happen is that people will apply to have a workshop on a specific topic, sort of at the beginning of the cycle, and they don't know which conference it's going to be held at. And some workshops are accepted, and some workshops are rejected. WNT, the workshop on machine translation, usually happens. There's some of them that generally happen are sort of the bigger workshops, and sort of the smaller, more specialized workshops happen sometimes, don't. Hey Jasper, good to see you. And if they're accepted, they're sort of apportioned over the conferences. So the workshop organizers don't get to pick what conference their workshop is going to be at. And this one happened to be at EMLP this year. And you also, when you have a workshop paper, you will submit it directly to the workshop and not to the larger conference. So it's usually a smaller pool, especially if you're a student. It can be a really good place to put your research because you're going to get very specialized feedback from people who have a lot of depth of knowledge about that topic, right? So I'll often be a reviewer for I don't think I did any this year, but in the past I've been a reviewer for the, computational social science and linguistics workshop. I've been a reviewer for the open source software in language technology workshop. I've been a reviewer for the African NLP workshop, drawing on my sort of linguistics background and not specific knowledge of African languages. But yes, so this particular workshop has a number of shared tasks, right? So shared task is everyone, it's sort of like a Kaggle competition, they pre-teach them, but everyone has the same thing that they're trying to do, the same training data and the same evaluation data, and everyone tries to build a system. And this particular task I thought was especially interesting because it's focused on code mix data. So code mixing or code switching is the very common thing around the world where you have multiple languages in the same document, span, conversation, etc. So for example, this paper we're going to look at next would probably technically be code mixing, right? Because it has both Maori and English in the same document. And it also focuses on Hindi and English, and also Hinglish, which is Hindi with language contact from English, or English with language contact from Hindi, which, again, user population, I know very relevant to the viewers of this channel. I get a lot of questions about this, working with this particular language mix, and it's one that I don't know. Like, I know about, but I don't have a lot of practical experience with, and also I don't speak Hindi, so my ability to evaluate systems on how well they can deal with Hindi is low. But cool task, right? So I thought what would be helpful and perhaps interesting to some of you is to read the overview paper. So usually the way a shared task works is for those of you who are looking, you can see that you've got a general timeline. Folks start working on the system once the data is released. Generally, there's like a second data release phase, or the validation data is held to the end or something like that. Again, it's sort of similar to a Kaggle competition. They're kind of based on this idea of shared tasks. And then you can choose to submit a paper talking about what you did. Usually people do, because as it turns out, an important part of research is telling people what you did publicly. It's a social activity that you do in public with other people. And if you're not doing that part, it's not actually research. I'm feeling spicy about this. We'll talk about it on Thursday. Anyway, so in the proceedings, you'll generally have, papers for each of the people talking, or each of the teams generally, it's not usually individuals, talking about their system, what they did, what worked, what didn't, learnings, citations, what other work did they draw on, as well as an overview paper that's like, here's how all the systems did compared to each other, and, generally talking about the task. So that's what we're going to read. Robbie says, grammar could be common in languages. You mean like multiple languages could share the same grammar? So in a linguistics terminology, grammar would be language specific, right? So it's things like, it's the unwritten, linguists write them down, but that's sort of like post hoc, but the unwritten rules that determine how you can and cannot arrange items in the lexicon with regards to each other, and how that transfers information, right? So grammar is going to be language specific. Some languages may have shared grammatical constructs, right? So something we don't have in English is called a focus particle. So if you're talking about something, you'd have a little particle that you'd put on the word that's like the important thing in the sentence, right? The thing that you want your interlocutor or signing partner, or whoever you're communicating with to focus on. I know Tagalog has them. I want to say Mongolian has them. So you may have shared grammatical constructs, but the complete grammar of a language is language specific. Yeah. Jester said, I just got scared. I did something wrong, and I'm in deep into open science. I assume that your worry there is that people will know that you did something wrong, or that the thing that you did wrong was getting into open science. I got a lot of feelings on it, and I don't know that this stream is necessarily the time to talk about them, because it is it's a big can of worms, and I'm trying to sort my worms before I talk about them publicly. Robbie says, linguistics is not science, but there are some patterns which are common in language. Linguistics is a science. Yeah, you make, falsifiable claims and then gather evidence to either falsify them or fail to falsify them. It's more of a science than computational linguistics is, I'll tell you that for free. Linguistics is definitely a science. There's some patterns which are common in languages. Yeah, definitely. So, and again, languages may have more or less overlap between the grammatical constructions that they allow or disallow, right? You may talk about languages that have, a lot of morphemes and rich morphology, or that have, fewer morphemes that you can concatenate. So, yeah. Jester says it was me scolding the camera about the research community. Yes. There's nothing wrong with doing, internal development of products, but you can't just call it research if you're not doing the rest of the research activity. This is directed at someone specific, and I don't, a specific organization. I don't think it's anyone in this stream. Anyway, let's talk about this task. So, the organizers of the task, I guess, are Vivek, Srivastava. Apologies if I'm saying this incorrectly. As I mentioned, do not speak Hindi, and I realize that languages in names, particularly in India, can come from a variety of languages that also aren't Hindi that I know even less about. So, yes, I see that the sub chat has is clear. Alexi asked if I played around with ChatGPT yet, and Tom asked, did anyone here works for OpenAI? Don't do that, Robbie. Robbie says I use it as a search engine. Buddy, don't do that. And Mayanik Singh. Again, apologies if I am saying these names wrong, and please feel free to correct me in the chat. I believe you can input IPA characters. I do read IPA, so that might be helpful. And the first author is from TCS Research in Pune, and the second author is from IIT Gandhinagar in that place. And again, apologies. These are lexical items that are not very common for me. But overview and results of MixMT shared task at WMT 2022. Abstract. In this paper, we present an overview of the WMT 2022 shared tasks on code mixed machine translation, MixMT. In this shared task, we hosted 2 code mixed machine translation subtasks in the following settings. One, monolingual to code mixed translation, right? So you have, one language is the input, and you're trying to do the output into a culturally, situationally appropriate code mixed output. And code mixed to monolingual translation. And this, I think, the second thing is what people tend to ask me about a little bit more. So taking this code mixed data and turning it into monolingual data. In both the subtasks, we received registration and participation from teams across the globe, showing an interest and need to immediately address the challenges with machine translation involving code mixed and low resource languages. Very true, right? I'm sure many of you are working with languages in this situation. I know Alexi's mentioned an interest with working with a very low resource language. And if you are sort of using a purely data-driven methodology, you need examples that have the same type of code mixing and same, substrate languages and same sort of social situation that you find the code mixing in your training data as you're going to find at, evaluation time or once the system's deployed, which is very, very challenging because, cursive dimensionality, except the dimensions are languages. And of course, most often people talk about code mixing with 2 languages, but it does not just have to be 2 languages. And it can in fact be, the upper limit of the shared languages between the 2 interlocutors. And I should say, just as an FYI, code mixing does not just mean borrowing in single phrases necessarily. You generally see some sort of larger language contact between the two varieties, right? So if I just say, oh, it has a certain je ne sais quoi, right, which is borrowing from French, that doesn't mean I'm necessarily code mixing with French. But if I'm, folding a lot of French into the discussion, and I know that we both speak both French and English, then perhaps it would switch to code mixing. So it's a little bit of a scale, right? Yeah. Alexia says, I've already given up on trying to pronounce authors' names since so many countries have started to come out with good research in AI. I mean, I try. I would say that names in particular are a big challenge for me, not only because I have not encountered those names before, but for me, novel names work the same as non-words in my brain, so I have a very hard time handling them. I've mentioned multiple times that I'm dyslexic, and for me, the way that reading works is that I am not, I'm using envelopes, I'm using, just knowledge of the underlying vocabulary. I am not sounding things out, and when I was at the point in my reading journey where I had to sound things out, it was a bad time. And unfortunately, I'm at that point in my reading journey with names that I am unfamiliar with. So you get to come on it with me, but I do want to try, because citation and making sure to reference whose work you're using is non-negotiable. You need it if you're doing research. And this is a stream about research. Also, just like the good thing to do, just like, good ethical behavior. Anyway, let's hop right into this. Let's hop right into the shared task paper. Code mixing or code switching is an interesting manifestation of multilingualism in communities across the globe. Lately, we observe an uptick in the interest and efforts of the computational linguistic community to solve a multitude of challenges with code mixed languages. And I would say a big part of this is that honestly, linguists from those communities and technical practitioners from those communities are trying to build stuff for the people around them, and running into issues with tools that were built with the ideal of monolingual English data in mind, which is a huge blind spot in the field and always has been. Several interesting resources and computational models have been proposed for problems such as language identification, text generation, and sentiment analysis. Machine translation, which is an active area of research and development for monolingual languages, is at the outset for code mixed languages. So there hasn't been a lot of work on it. There's one citation for 2022. And I will say it's not an area I keep a super close eye on, but I also haven't really seen anything for it, which is what made this shared task really stand out to me. In this shared task, we aim to explore the machine translation task involving a popular code mixed language, i.e. Hinglish, code mixing of Hindi and English. Through both subtasks, we aim to address challenges in building a real-world multilingual translation system involving code mixed language as a source/target. So both to and from, which is why there's the two subtargets. Yeah, and like I said, I'm sure that many of you are in this situation, and probably the most common reason why folks have asked me for more information about this, which again is something that I previously did not know much about, is because they are trying to use a pipeline that assumes monolingual text. So they need to turn non-monolingual text into monolingual text to make the tools work around them, right? Which is frustrating to me as a linguist, and also to them as practitioners, because it would be great if our tools just worked with natural language input, regardless of, the languages contained in that input. Yeah, so they're talking about who signed up. They got 38 teams, which is pretty good for a shared task. Throughout the competition, 7 teams actively participated and submitted their system for the development phase, test phase, and human evaluation phase. Okay, yeah, 7. I was gonna say 38's a lot. 7 seems much more in line with sort of the general level of participation in these shared tasks. All right. So the first one was going from Hindi and English to Hinglish. The source Hindi and English sentences are translations of each other. I'm going to assume that those are human translations. The Hindi language sentences are written in Devanagari. one of those words that I've seen written a lot but have not heard said much, whereas the target Hinglish language text is written in the Roman script. And then the second one is Hinglish to English, so not to Hindi. Both English and Hinglish are written in the Roman script, so probably a little bit of an easier task. Because English is one half of the equation, whereas it's only half of the equation for the top one. Anything you're doing with English is going to be easier because of the availability of tools and data and, linguistic imperialism. And you're not switching scripts, so an extra layer of difficulty to add the script switching. All right, training data sets. So another nice thing about shared tasks, if you're a practitioner and you're looking for data, is they usually have data available. So if you are interested in getting information on the training data or the validation data, they have it. They have a synthetic data set, they have a human generated data set, and you can usually download the data from a shared task. And it usually has a very permissive license as well, which sometimes will include commercial use. So if you're looking for data on to do something specific, you may be able to find data for a shared task. Again, particularly for shared tasks, there's a culture of openness around data availability in NLP. Alexei says it's the same story with modern languages in Yakutia, Yakutia. It's like 50-50 Russian and Saka in a single sentence. Yeah, so this would be very relevant to you, definitely. Docking says, one hears the word Devangari quite a bit in yoga teacher training from time to time. Interesting. I guess that makes sense, although I believe most yoga stuff is in Sanskrit and not a living language. My understanding, and I would say I'm not a linguist who focused on Indian languages, is that Sanskrit is sort of like Latin, in that it is a scholarly language that is not used in day-to-day discussion anymore. If anyone knows more about Sanskrit, please feel free to correct me. Like I said, not an area of my deep expertise. All right, so training data sets are available. And like I said, it looks like a mix of synthetic and human, so very high quality, at least the human one. And this data set was also used in the Hinglish Eval shared task in 2021. So they provide the entire data from the first shared task as part of the training data, which is good because if they had used some of the validation data from that task as part of this training data as well, it's on a very similar topic, so very likely to have overlap in researchers. Some of the researchers might have had, a little bit of data leakage. Hello, Python Mini, welcome. And then for the evaluation data set, so these are going to be a new data set. They did an in-house hidden one, and the evaluation data sets and the training data sets are all available. So if this is an area that you're working on, if you're working on Hinglish or Hindi, definitely a useful resource, or English, I guess. All right, and then the system baseline, they're using Google Translate. And then for their evaluation metrics, they're using Rouge L F1 score as opposed to Blue. Which I think makes sense here, and word error rate, so just how many words did you get wrong or miss, etc. Robbie says, on the internet, most Hindi conversation is in the English alphabet, so the Roman alphabet. Yeah, and it sounds like the code switch data is available in the Roman alphabet, but the Hindi only data is not. But I suppose you could transliterate it. Do I mean Hinglish? So they have all three. So the first task is, do they have a figure here I can point at? They don't. So task 1 is from English and Hindi separately to Hinglish, and then task 2 is from Hinglish to English. Yeah. I was right about no. Sorry, I was going to say Swahili, and I was like, that's not the language we were talking about, Sanskrit. Docking lets me know. Great, thank you. Nice to have confirmation. All right, so here are the submissions and sort of what different people tried. And I think, again, particularly if this is something that you're working on, this is why a shared task can be so valuable, because you get a lot of information about a lot of different approaches that people tried, how well they worked, relevant, proportional to each other, and then you have, a pretty thorough write-up of each of those systems. So if one of them sounds really appealing, you can check it out. And they might even have made their code available. So in terms of, helping you with a specific thing that you're doing at work, if you can find a shared task for people doing that thing, it's usually a great jumping off point. So one is, the first one is, these are listed alphabetically by system name, it looks like. So the first one is CNLP NITS PP by Laskar et al. They leverage the external parallel corpus Samanantar, SAMANANTAR, Ramesh et al. 2022, to train their translation model, which is built using Open NMT-Pi framework. Open Neural Machine Translation is almost certainly what that N stands for, with the default setting. To generate the synthetic data set, they transliterate and align the words in parallel sentences. Transliterate, I used this word before, it just means something that is in one writing system being, transliterated so that it's in another writing system, right? So if you have, like Robbie was mentioning, people writing Hindi in Roman script, transliterating would be between the two scripts of Devanagari and Roman alphabet, or the Arabic alphabet and the Roman alphabet, etc. Further, they augment the provided data set with a synthetic data set to train their model. So it looks like their approach here is to add more data. They're not doing anything super fancy with the translation itself. They're using an open source tooling just with the default settings, and their data augmentation includes transliteration and word alignment in the two parallel sentences. System 2, Domain Curricula for Code Switched MT by Rahim and El Rashid, perhaps, 2022. They experiment with different combinations of pre-training fine-tuning setups. They leverage the synthetic code mix dataset generated using the IIT-B parallel corpus. I'm not familiar with this corpus either, but it came out in 2018. And matrix language theory. No date. What's matrix language theory? One sec. All right, I'll look this up in another tab. Matrix language theory. I know all those words separately. Linguistic matrix theory proposes to use the permutation of invariant random matrix series to model the statistical properties of ensembles of rising. Linguistic matrix theory? Matrix language theory. Myers-Scott. M, A, B, C, J, J, M, J, J, K, L. It's not there. L, right? Oh, here we go. The Matrix Language Frame Model, Development and Responses by Carol Myers-Scotton. Scotton? From De Gruyter. Also, this citation is incomplete. It should have the publisher. It should have the date. Some of these other citations are less incomplete. There's some errors here in the bibliography. Just so you know. Tom says Arabic Abjad. Is that the name of the rating system? It's also not a language family I have worked with much. So it is a book that I don't have access to that came out in ? Can I see the frontispiece? Code switching worldwide is what the okay, it's a chapter from a book. 2001. Okay, so this has been around for a while. I'm guessing that this is a common framework in the code switching literature, and I'm wondering if it's sort of like matrix in the syntactic sense, where one of the languages, if you're using that sort of parallelism, one of the languages would be the language that's providing, you know, the grammatical structure and the morphology, and the other language would be primarily providing lexical items. If anyone is more familiar with this, please let me know. I don't have access to it without doing all my I could probably get it through one of the libraries that I have access to as a faculty member right now, but I'd have to open up all my FERPA, you know, partitioning stuff. I don't want to do that. I can't, in fact, see the book, but thank you, Tom. So Tom shared the link to the book, and I think it was just removed. Ah, Pythominius Freza! Freza! It's so good to see you. I'm glad you're doing good. Good to hear from you. Hi. Okay, so it looks like they're using both additional data and also some theory building on the ideas of code switching. Furthermore, the mixed data pre-training with synthetic and task-specific data shows the best result on the evaluation dataset. Okay, so they won. If this were a competition, they would have won. To build the translation model, they used transformers and FAIRSEQ, FAIRSEQ toolkit, Audit All 2019. Okay, so transformer model, not surprising, it was developed for machine translation, that it's doing pretty well with this task. And I think the thing that this feels satisfying to me is that they were doing additional data augmentation. I'm guessing that we're going to see most of the teams are going to do something with that, but also task-specific data, right? So they have not just data augmentation, but data augmentation with data that is hand-picked to be the most relevant to this particular task. And it looks like it worked for them. So good job, Raheem and El Rashid. Apologies if I say your name incorrectly. The next, that was just the second one. What's the third one? This is the third one. Okay. The third one is GUI, GUI, could be either. Why, perhaps? Tom says it's on Google Books. Okay, good to know. From Gahoy et al. 2022, they leveraged the multilingual pre-trained models to build their translation system. For the M2CM task, they fine-tuned multilingual BART. Okay, so they're using a pre-trained model. The system that won was not using a pre-trained model. They were training their own model using carefully hand-selected data. Like I said, that's just satisfying. That's what I would have done. It's nice to see that they won. Yeah. I hadn't read this ahead of time, but on task-specific data that with reduced vocabulary. They reduced the vocabulary using the tokens present in the task dataset, IIT parallel corpus. Oh, so they're even using the exact same corpus as for data augmentation as the team that did a little bit better. And the Dakshina dataset. They also performed the post-processing on the output generated from the fine-tuned model. For CM2M task, they fine-tune salesken.ai's pre-trained model provided on Hugging Face transformers, which is fine-tuned on Helsinki's Opus MT model on AI for Bharat. That's all one word, and the 4 is a numeral 4. Samanattar dataset, which I believe actually that dataset was also used. Am I correct? Or was that used by the first team? Is that the, okay, yes. So the first team also used that dataset. The second team, I believe, did not. Okay, so it looks like in this case, using a bunch of pre-trained models, could have been model selection possibly, but did not seem to work as well as training from scratch with hand-curated data. MUCS, M-U-C-S, by Hegde. H-E-G-D-E. That could be said so many ways. H-E-G-D-E and Shashireka, perhaps? S-H-A-S-H-I-R-E-K-H-A. Their translation model for both of the tasks is built around transliteration, so moving between scripts, and fine-tuning the IndicTrans pre-trained model. They generate synthetic parallel data using the Samanantar corpus, the same corpus that the other folks have been using. They further fine-tune the IndicTrans model jointly with the synthetic and task-specific data sets. Okay, interesting. So it looks like they were really focusing on transliterating into a single writing system. NICT, Dabre, D-A-B-R-E. They propose a synthetic code mixed data-based pre-training and a multi-way fine-tuning strategy. I'm having so much trouble parsing the sentence. I think it's missing its punctuation. Synthetic code mixed data-based pre-training. Okay, so they're creating synthetic code mixed data for pre-training and also a multi-way fine-tuning strategy. So I guess they're doing different types of fine-tuning. To generate the synthetic dataset, they leverage the same S corpus, the transliteration toolkit, and min-max-based approach for word alignment. They pre-train a multilingual model on the synthetic Hindi-English and English-synthetic Hinglish dataset. To perform the multi-way fine-tuning, they fine-tune the pre-trained model on English to English and English to English jointly, using a small subset of the English side of the synthetic data and the entire parallel corpus together. They use a denoising strategy similar to BART by randomly masking English words in the source data. They use the YAN-MTT toolkit to their translation model. This paragraph is very difficult to read. Basically, I think they just did a bunch of pre-training using all the data that was available to them, it sounds like. Python says, I have a question. Just like we do text summarization in NLP, can we do a literature review from many papers using machine learning and NLP? I would not, right? So I would definitely, I think it's not a problem to use, something similar to help you discover papers that might be relevant to your work. I think that's perfectly fine. But reading, understanding, and synthesizing the prior research is an important part of the research process that you just can't skip. If you do, or you try to automate it and you do something like not including an important citation that all the peer reviewers will expect you to know, your paper will get rejected, right? Or, you won't pass your dissertation defense. And if you do that consistently over your career, you're not going to have the knowledge in yourself, right, to do high quality peer review of your peers' work. So, while you may be able to get something that to someone who is not a peer may look good as output using a similar technique, actual peer review will probably catch it out, and also you will be doing yourself the disservice of not doing the core task in scientific training, which is to understand the field and where any work that you may be doing fits in within that field, right? Like the bulk of the work of doing research is, of course, you're doing your research tasks, of course, you're writing stuff up, but the bulk of the intellectual work is understanding what there is in your field, what is relevant to your work, and how your work fits into it, right? If you don't know deeply the very related work to the work that you are doing, something that you may claim is a novel, contribution in your paper may in fact not only not be novel, but it may possibly be plagiarism, depending on how it goes. So, no. Hida says, why is it so hard for scientists to give models pronounceable names? Great question. What's the old joke? There's only two hard things in computer science, pointers and naming things or something like that. Yeah, naming models is hard. And also, in particular, NLP has grown so quickly, so fast that the possible naming space is also pretty saturated, unfortunately. No. Tom says, Scient Directs have pages that give it a go. I mean, like I said, it could potentially be helpful for, discovery, trying to find people who are working on related things, particularly close to the beginning of a career, or as you begin to enter into a new topic. But this is one of those things where your intellectual understanding is part of your contribution. And if you are not investing in having that intellectual understanding, or if you're trying to offload that work onto a machine, you are likely to do a bad job. And people are likely to tell you about it. And if you're lucky, they'll do it in private. Yeah. Bezos says, that's a slap straight to my face. I mean, the other thing about research is that it's traditionally been taught in an apprenticeship model, right? So if you don't have a research advisor sitting down in a meeting with you once a week and telling you something, you don't have the usual experience that most people do when they're learning how to do research. So I absolutely understand how you could get there. I would just, gently encourage you not to do that. Yeah. Yeah. Tom says there's 2 problems in computer science: pointers, naming things, and off by 1 errors. That's the one. Yeah. Alexi says using NLP to come up with good names. Great use of NLP. Yeah, absolutely. Give it a shot. Haida says, I'd hate to fate Lasker at all and talk about their model PP. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, this is also, I should say, a term from syntax for prepositional phrase is often called the PP, just like the verb phrase is the VP. So I'm not saying linguists are any better. Docking AI says cache invalidation and naming things is the one I hear most. Yeah, it's many variations on the joke. And off by 1. That's the funny part of the joke. Yes. So that was this system, which I am having a really hard time parsing from what the description is. Usually these, I don't know that's the case here. In the past, I have seen these little snippets of descriptions of the systems be provided by the system authors, and looking at how the system descriptions are slightly different from section to section, I'm guessing that these are mostly provided by the authors. All right, SIT NMT by Khan et al. They experiment with a variety of multilingual pre-trained models, such as multilingual BART and multilingual T5. They fine-tune these pre-trained models on external data sets. For M2CM, they use Kaggle Hindi English. Oh, yes. Hey, Kaggle. Oh, you can't really see. I happen to have a Kaggle water bottle on my desk. And Muse Hindi English Dictionary. For CM2M tasks, they use the CMU movie reviews dataset and Calcs 21 dataset. They also use selected WMT14 news, Hindi English sentences, and the MTNT French English and Japanese English data. Why would you use French and Japanese data? Why would you use French and Japanese data? What? What a wild choice. Beans, I clicked on a citation. Not a choice that I would have made. In addition, they also increased the size of the data set by back translating samples of the English side of the Taruba Spanish data set to English and Sentiment 140 data set into English using Google Translate. Furthermore, to enhance the model's performance, they perform the validation tuning on the task-specific validation data and use a multi-run ensemble to combine multiple models' best checkpoints. They're tuning on the validation data? Maybe they're using the way that I usually would use validation data set as a term. This is a buck wild thing to do. Like, going out, finding more data, adding it in, I think is pretty fine. So far, using a pre-trained model is not getting people much lift, or at least not enough lift to be the best system. But some of the data that they're adding to the system, again, I don't work in this specific field, but I would not have made these choices. Like, also, I imagine they introduced a lot of noise by back translating using a machine translation system. So again, I probably wouldn't have made these choices. And then finally, Yudin, Kirefu et al. Kirefu, K-I-R-E-F-U. Their submission focuses on data generation using back translation from monolingual resources. For M2CM subtask, they explore the impact of constrained and unconstrained decoding strategies. I don't don't know what those are. So decoding, right? Encoder, decoder. Encoder goes from words to numbers. Decoder goes from numbers to words. In a machine translation setting, that will be source language, numbers, target language. But I don't know what makes decoding constrained or unconstrained. They use Semantar corpus as an external resource for back translation. Also, it does seem that using this corpus, the systems that did use this corpus seemed not to do as well as the system that did not use that corpus. So perhaps there's something a little bit weird about that corpus that's introducing task-specific noise. For CM2M subtask, they explore several pre-training techniques ranging from simple initialization from existing machine translation models to aligned augmentation, which is a denoising-based pre-training technique. Interesting. All right. And then results. So you did. This is the one that said they had the best results, right? Mixed data. I wonder if they mean for their task. So this is the DC, domain curriculum. Word error rate. No. They did not do the best on this task. Perhaps they meant within their systems, that's where the system did best. So the system that did best was this, this last one that we talked about. This one, where they did the constrained and unconstrained decoding. Again, I don't know what the difference is there. If anyone does, let me know. Python says, my other question is training non-numeric data. Why does it take a very long time? There's a lot of reasons why training could be slow. Hard to say with no additional information. Lexi says, about to get an offer from a company founded by Kaggle Grandmaster. I hope I get it. Oh, well, if you're excited about it, I hope you get it too. Yeah. Hidis says, there's a saying, eat your own dog food, but that probably does not apply to scientists working around language-related things. Yeah, I would say it does, right? Although, the thing about researchers is they're not usually building products, right? They're generally separate things, or at least historically. Also, I am wearing 2 earrings. This one is just disappearing. Here we go. Okay. I just happened to notice it looks like I was only wearing 1 earring. Mostly researchers aren't building products. They're building basically prototypes to test ideas. So they're generally not stable or performant or robust enough that you would set them up as a product. Question. Bobby says, you're actually converting into a number under the hood. Usually, yeah. Yeah. Oh, there were some suggestions for the name. Inghin, English T, Mix Trans, Code Mix MT, and MT for Inghin. Well, those are quite difficult to say, I would actually say, mostly. Okay, so looking at the analysis. Yes, so that team that did like kind of a wild choice, SIT and MT, how did they do? Pretty well, weirdly. Interesting. I wonder how much data they ended up with and how expensive their system was to run. Khan et al. 2022. It was published in your workshop. It was published in your workshop. The citation is the workshop paper citation. Ugh. Ugh. This is one of my pet peeves. The correct citation for this paper is the paper in the workshop proceedings that this is published in. This is this right here. This is the workshop proceedings where also this paper is published. It's wrong. Fix it. Okay. Okay, so it actually did quite well. Interesting. Again, not what I probably would have chosen to do given my druthers. And then so there were 2 evaluation metrics. One was word error rate, lower is better, and the other was Rouge L, higher is better. In case you're wondering about that. And it looks like this Uadin system was the most consistent. It was second best across the board. And the Cit NMT, where they added just like the kitchen sink in terms of data, also did pretty well. The MUCS system did pretty well from the second one, from Hinglish to English. Which one was that? The MUX MUCS. That was the one that did, okay, so they did use a pre-trained model, Indic Trans, which I'm guessing is translation for Indic models, for Indic languages or languages of India, which are not all Indic. They further fine-tuned the model jointly with synthetic and task-specific data sets. So that seemed to have worked pretty well for going from Hinglish to English, but not super well going from Hindi and English to Hinglish. Rip. And the system where they didn't use any pre-trained models, in fact, did the worst. That would have been satisfying, but empirically did not work out. And then this GUI model. Which one was that? Okay, so they used the multilingual BART and a bunch of other, I think this is the only place that I saw people talk about this data set. So they also used some unique data sets, it looked like. And then for the second one, they used the Saleskin AIs and, so this data set comes from this AI for Bharat research group, company, question mark, no idea. Okay, and that worked. It looks like the second bit didn't work as well, but for the first bit, they did pretty well on both Rouge and word error rate. Okay. They also, so this is looking at the type of information that they used. So did anyone only use the organizer's data set only? So GUI here did for the second half of the model. And they also use publicly available models. The Cit NMT also used publicly available models, and the MUX also used publicly available models. Okay, so it looks like they did get some lift from using publicly available models. Yeah. Alexi says, what about workshop citations? Oh, so this, this workshop, right? All of the papers that they're citing here are from, so let's find the shared task overview papers, generalization, translation tasks. There were a bunch of shared tasks. Metrics, quality estimation, efficient translation, biomedical translation, chat translation, sign language translation, African languages translation, unsupervised code mix. Okay, so these are the papers that they are citing. They are in these proceedings. They are published. They are available in the proceedings. That's where they were published. Also, they were uploaded to archive, which is fine, but archive is supposed to be for preprints. So once you have the published version, you should cite the published version and not the archive version. Because, among other things, the archive version has not undergone peer review, whereas the published version should have. But like I said, there's quite a few errors in the citation here. The other thing that's really frustrating is if you're using something like Google Scholar for generating your BibTeX entries, it will default to archive because generally the archive papers are published first, which is frustrating. Right, but like this, there's missing information in this citation. There's missing information in this citation. You can see here there's missing information. There should be like information about like the publisher. So yeah, also this name should be written out. You get the whole name in this particular thing. Unless this is just one person, they're missing a comma here. It's one of those things where it's just like, if you don't hit a reviewer who cares about it, it'll probably be fine. But it does show a certain carefulness and attention to detail to have your citations correct, and also just good scholarly practice. So discussion of gradient descent and grid beam. Hida says the product name gets referred to a lot, especially if it's any good. What was the paper again? I'm not entirely sure which paper. So all of these systems papers are in the workshop proceedings, and I'll just pop a link to the workshop proceedings in the chat so you can check them out. And Tom's providing citations for FASA. Thank you, Tom. If you want to make an AI app like a chatbot or NLP app, you really rarely need to do anything. You need to know how to use libraries, definitely, which is, one of the nice things about working in this field right now is that there's a lot of tooling existing, which is nice. But, looking at these results, if you have a pre-trained model, I guess it makes sense to use it, which, that makes sense. If you have additional training data, it makes sense to use that. Hindi is not the lowest resource language. English is definitely a very high resource language. So if you were working with other languages where you didn't have access to those resources, you might have a little bit more trouble. And in that situation, maybe this domain curricula approach might be, gosh darn it. I clicked on one of these links. To the transliteration toolkit. But if you were in a situation, which a lot of people tend to be, where you don't have access to a bunch of pre-trained models and bigger data sets, this approach might work, perhaps. Could be helpful. And I mean, none of the word error rates, let's take a look. How are they? Meh. They're just kind of okay. Yeah. And then, so this is sort of the human-based evaluation of these systems, which more or less correlates with the metrics, which is always good. You can't rely completely on metrics, particularly for something like this. Good to have human evaluation, but it does look like it generally aligns with the metrics in this case, which suggests that the metrics were useful. So this CIT NMT paper had the best score for both tasks, followed by the UEDIN paper, and then for the first task, the GUI paper, and for the second task, the MUX paper. Although it does look like, interestingly, the DC paper, so that's the one where they didn't use any pre-trained models, did do better than the CNLP in the first task and better than, wait, is higher better? Higher is better. Okay, so they did better than the MUX and the NICT on the first task, and then better than the CNLP in the second task. So not great. But again, if you're in the situation where you didn't have a pre-trained model, might be an approach to look into. All right, let's read the discussion. They're just talking about the scores in this section. We observe that almost all teams have used at least one external data set for both subtasks, with GUI submission for CM2M subtasks being the only exception. Right, and they did bad. Actually, they didn't do that bad on the metrics, but they didn't do middle of the road on the human evaluation as well. So not too bad, actually. And what was their approach again? Is that the one where I just had a really hard time reading it? No, it wasn't. Okay, so they were using fine-tuning Sale Ken's AI pre-trained model providing on Hugging Face. Okay, so practically they are adding in other data because it's being reflected in the weights of the transformer, but they didn't add an additional data set, they just used an additional model. Tom says, what are good ways of getting scores for human evaluation? I believe in this case they had the humans look at the input and the output and rate how good they were on a 5-point scale, I'm guessing. Let's see. I'm sure they talk about how they're doing human evaluation in here somewhere, and I just skipped over it. Did they? Table 1 shows the policy of the human-based evaluation. Here we go. Okay, yes, so the ratings were from 1 to 5. The Okay, so the criteria for a score of 1 is worst generated sentence is completely monolingual, so you didn't do a good job doing code switching. 2 is a English sentence containing fairly large volumes of lexical and grammatical mistakes. 3 is a English sentence that contains mainly grammatical mistakes. 4 is a English sentence with minimal grammatical mistakes, but less likely in general parlance, so just like a weird thing to say. And 5 would be a best generated English sentence. So that's from the Hindi and English to Hinglish. From the English to Hinglish, I believe is what they were doing here. 1 would be a translated sentence with poor semantics irrelevant to the source sentence. 2 would be a translated sentence containing fairly large volumes of lexical and grammatical mistakes. 3 would be a translated sentence that contains mainly grammatical mistakes. So the words, the content are right, but something, is wrong in terms of agreement or something. 4 would be a translated sentence with minimal grammatical mistakes, and 5 would be correctly translated sentence conveying the exact same information as the source sentence. So if we look at that on this scale, it looks like most of the systems did okay. And it looks like the big issue with the MUX and the NICT systems then were that they were not producing code mixed output. They were just producing English or just producing Hindi. And then the best score on average was 4 plus or minus 1, or sort of with a standard deviation of 1 for the SIT NMT system. Vasu Lowar says, do you have any recommendations for building a custom open document QA system information retrieval so one can get started who has some basic understanding about transformer-based models? Open document QA system information retrieval. So, no, not off the top of my head. I mean, I'd probably do the same thing that you do and, search for citations. No. Yeah. Ravi says you wanna. Okay, folks are talking about different projects. All right. So the majority of systems rely on data augmentation, either synthetically or from other external sources, which makes sense. The lack of dedicated pre-trained models for code mixed languages pushed the teams to explore the available alternatives along with bold attempts to train models from scratch. We posit several open challenges with code mixed machine translation, such as creating large-scale parallel data, efficient data augmentation strategies, and robust evaluation measures. Although I'd say between the two evaluation measures, I think they got a pretty an okay way of, at least for the first rounds, proxying these human evaluation measures. There was another task in this workshop about evaluation metrics. The insights and findings from this task will be useful, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so those were sort of the general gists of the work. It seems like if you have a relevant pre-trained model, it was helping. Data augmentation was helping. It's still wild to me that doing the French and Japanese stuff helped. Because they're not. French is Indo-European, so it is eventually related to Hindi. Not closely, but a little bit. Japanese is not related to Hindi very closely at all. I realize that they are, Japan and India are closer to each other than France and India, but in terms of, language topology, Hindi and French are closer than Hindi and Japanese, but anyway. Yeah. All right, so that's that system. Shared task on code mixing. Challenging to do. Next up, we have this paper. Okay, I don't read Maori. I am not from New Zealand, but I'll give it a shot. So it's from the journal Te Reo, which I believe is the name of New Zealand in Maori. I'm just gonna check that in another tab really quickly. Try not to tell you guys fake stuff if I can avoid it. Okay, so the Maori language. Maori language in New Zealand, Te Reo. Okay, I think that is the name of the language. Oh, okay, so Te Reo is language in Maori. And the title is I'm gonna give it a shot, and I apologize to any Maori speakers out there. I'm almost certainly going to say this incorrectly. Ko te, those are two words. Ko te, oh, that's probably a vowel length marker. Mohio tenga, huna, o te hunga, kore, kure, kora, korero, I, Te Reo Maori. Maori language, I knew that. Props to everyone doing things in not their first language in this space. And it is by a bunch of folks, many of whom I know. So first our author is Jennifer Hay, also Jeanette King, Simon Todd, Forrest Andrew Panther, Wakayo Mattingly, Yoon Mio, Clay Beckner, Jeremy Needle, and Peter Keegan. And Jennifer Hay wrote one of the papers that I wrote my dissertation on, so I'm very familiar with her work, very influential sociolinguist. And here we have the abstract in Maori, but I'm gonna read the English abstract instead. Alexi says, what are the main takeaways? I guess maybe I buried them a little bit, but I would say in general, code switching translation, not a solved problem. If you have a relevant pre-trained model, it might help get you a warm start. And it looks like data augmentation was really necessary to get a bunch of lift in this task. English abstract. This article outlines recent experiments on the implicit knowledge of non-Maori speakers living in New Zealand. It expands on the work of O et al. I imagine that it is this O, one of the authors on this paper, 2020, who show that despite not knowing the language, non-Maori speakers have impressive phonotactic and lexical knowledge. Clearly, I do not. Phonotactic is the so phonology, right? The sounds of a language, and their relationship and organization to each other. Phonotactic is the organization of those sounds, right? So what is a good and allowable syllable in a specific language? What is not an allowable syllable in a language? Etc. And lexical knowledge, knowing words, which has presumably been built through ambient exposure to the language. In this paper, we extend this work by investigating morphological and syntactic knowledge. Experiment 1 asks non-Maori speakers to morphologically segment Maori words. It shows that they have an impressive degree of ability to recognize Maori morphs, and also that their false segmentations are in locations that are phonotactically most likely to be morpheme boundaries. So again, based on the allowable structures of sounds within a word in the language. Experiment 2 asks non-Maori speakers to rate the likelihood that Maori sentences are grammatical. They rate grammatical Maori sentences significantly higher than match sentences containing the same words in the wrong order. Their error patterns reveal significant sensitivity to legal versus non-legal sentence endings. Legal here in the linguistic sense, right? What, again, based on the grammar of a specific language, is allowed to be at the end of a sentence or not. Their error patterns taken together, the results reveal that ambient exposure to Te Reo Maori leads to extensive subconscious knowledge regarding Te Reo Maori and provides a strong real-world example of implicit language learning. And where is the actual article? It's here, right? It's loading. So the reason that I wanted to talk about this is, I think it's just a fascinating linguistic experiment, right? And something that I've also, not super recently, but something that I kind of struggled with when I had a lot of European colleagues was explaining my degree of knowing Spanish. I don't know Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. I don't produce Spanish, but I kind of have a certain level of implicit knowledge of Spanish that I would say probably most people in the US do, because we are a multilingual society, and probably the most common non-English language that most people will encounter day to day is Spanish, right? So I don't again, I don't speak Spanish, I can't read Spanish, but if someone just like comes up to me and says something in Spanish, the likelihood that I'm going to understand part or all of what they say is not zero. I have this implicit knowledge. And of course, it's very difficult to do experiments on, right? Particularly because you're like, hey, come tell me about this language you don't know. And a lot of people will just be like, well, I don't know Spanish, I'm not going to show up for this research experiment. But I also think that it helps to provide a lot more context and richness to our understanding of what it means to know a language, right? Because I mentioned last week, I bring it up a lot, like monolingualism is sort of a weird idea, both globally and throughout history. Most language communities that were not super isolated have some degree of language contact, and most people have exposure to and some degree of knowledge of multiple languages. But we have, sort of codified proficiency to the point where I think a lot of folks believe that because they haven't passed, a specific test with a specific language, they don't know or understand that language, right? Or they may not be able to do very well with, the specific pedagogical learning instruments that are being used in a classroom, but in the world, their experience of the language is great enough that it informs them and they use it. And this sort of implicit knowledge research, I think, is part of that, right? Because again, I wouldn't say that I know Spanish. I would definitely never say that I speak Spanish, but I do have some degree of implicit knowledge of Spanish without ever having had explicit training in it. And I think that's true for a lot of people with a lot of languages. And the more you learn about linguistics, the more you learn about languages, the more you realize that a lot of our categorical conceptions of what a language is, what units of language are, come from explicit language pedagogy, particularly in school, and are not necessarily good reflections of language as a human activity that exists in the world and that we all interact with. And I think this is just such a cool study. So let's dive on into it. Published Linguistic Society of New Zealand, Te Reo, the Journal of Linguistic Society of New Zealand, 2022, the authors that I mentioned, and also three of the authors, Simon Todd, Forrest Panther, and Peter Keegan, have, I'm assuming, what are family names, or if this were in the US, I would say that these would be, tribal affiliations, but I'm just less familiar with the New Zealand context. So, but it looks like they are all affiliated with organizations that have names in Maori. I don't know. That's all I can tell you about it. So, yeah. Robbie says, if in the world one language is spoken, then linguistics as a subject doesn't exist. No? If people are speaking a language, then it is a thing that can be studied. Yeah. So we read the, this is a very long paragraph. It's in Maori, which I do not read. So I think the whole article is going to be in Maori. Yep. I bet this here means America. It's Amerika. Cool. So one of the things that I did in my in a linguistics degree, it's sort of like a little bit of an old-fashioned thing, but it's expected is that you should read one non-English language well enough to sort of understand some degree of linguistics literature in it. And for me, that language was French, and I don't read Maori. But here is a very cool study in Maori looking at, okay, so this must be the morpheme boundary thing. So they're asking people, I'm guessing, to click where the morpheme boundary would be. So here is a word, kaimoana. And the morpheme boundary is placed between the I and the moana, which I mean, there may be a little bit of lexical effects there for English speakers having been exposed to the word Moana from the Disney film, potentially, but also, so that puts this M as the onset of the syllable as opposed to being the coda of the previous syllable, right? So it attaches as a front part rather than a back part. I don't know if that's how it works in Maori or not. We got a list of the different types of words they have. So ones with 3 moras. So a mora is, let's talk about syllables for a second. So let's look at land here. So land is a syllable, land, right? It has one core sound to it, which in this case is the vowel a, and then it has an onset of ul and a coda of n and d, and land. So it has 2 moras. Moras are phonemes that come after the coda. So the preference sort of generally in languages is to have syllables of the structure onset coda, onset nucleus or just nucleus, and it's a little bit rarer to find codas. So if you think about a language like Mandarin, for example, has a lot of syllables that just don't have a coda. It tends to be very phonotactically constrained. The possible syllables of Mandarin are very small in number if you're just looking at the language sounds and ignoring tone. The addition of tone, increases the number of possible syllables that you can have because it's lexical, so you can use it to tell words apart. Not something we have in English. So general property of human language that generally we want to stick a consonant at the beginning of a syllable rather than at the end of it. So Zealand, right? You have 2 syllables, Zealand. If this L here were the coda of the first syllable, it would be zeal and, right? Zeal and, not the way it's said, Zealand, the way it is said. So you can see that the attachment of that ul is as the onset of the second syllable rather than being the coda of the first syllable. Hopefully that makes sense. This has been Phonotactics 101 with your instructor, me, Dr. Rachel Tapman. So here, putting this boundary here to between the Kai and the Moana, so that the M is attached to the following syllable, makes sense phonotactically, cross-linguistically, and I'm just gonna sort of assume also in Maori. Could be wrong. Here's some graphs also in Maori. Perhaps if I lived in New Zealand, I would be able to understand more of this, which is sort of the point of the paper, right? Is that if you live here, you have sort of exposure to the language. Even if you don't speak it, you have some degree of understanding of what's going on. Yep, that's the paper. It is all in Maori, which also, oh, this is helpful. Okay, so there's also a little bit of a glossary here at the end from Maori to English. So for things like syllable, participant, a scale as in a measurement, implicit as an implicit knowledge or implicit learning, huna, H-U-N-A in the Maori. Content word, kupu kiku, kiko probably. Complex word, kupu matatini. Simplex word, kupu nota tahi. Oh, here's a great example. This sound, I'm assuming this is engma. I'm not entirely familiar with the transliteration between the Roman script used to represent Maori and hey, old flyer, good to see you. I'm not super familiar with the transliteration between the Roman script used to represent Maori and also the International Phonetic Alphabet. Usually this means which is a single sound. Is not allowable as a onset of a syllable in English, right? You can't say, for example, a very common name, right? People can learn to say it, right? It's not that you can't say it, it's just that it's not something that English as a language allows. So it's always going to be at the end of a syllable, it'll be in a coda. And English syllables, they're not like Polish syllables. Polish syllables are If you study phonotactics, Polish is one of those languages that you should be really into, because they'll squeeze a lot in there. English is sort of like medium in terms of how much stuff we can squeeze in there. Mandarin would be on the like low end of what is allowed to be squeezed in a syllable, but like strengths, that's a single syllable. There's a lot of words in there. We also have a fairly large consonant inventory. We have a lot of different consonant sounds, so yeah. Alexi says, video suggestion, Linguistics 101 for NLP engineers coming from CS math background. I've been thinking about it. Alexi says, why do humans want to stick consonants on the beginning of syllables? Great question. It may be... question mark, right? It may be perceptual, that it's just sort of easier to hear there. It may be productive, that it's a little bit easier to like produce them there, but we don't have to, right? It's not a constraint of human language overall. It's just sort of a thing that languages tend to prefer one way or the other. Tom says gnocchi strength. Gnocchi is a loan word, so a lot of people will just say it gnocchi. Yeah. Loan word from Italian, obviously. Italian? Ooh, could be another language spoken in Italy. Italy is another one of those places that's pretty linguistically diverse. And, you know, Italian as a single language is kind of a recent construct in my understanding. And in, you know, certainly in my grandparents' lifetime, people would probably have been more likely to say, I speak language variety of my specific location rather than Italian. But also Italian unification was not that long ago. When was Italian unification? In my head, it's sort of contemporaneous with the Napoleonic Wars, but I don't know that that's true. That's sort of like 1829 to 1871. Okay. Napoleonic Wars? Am I right? How's my mental timeline doing? 1803 to 1815. So no, the unification of Italy would have been after the Napoleonic Wars. My mental timeline was wrong. Whoopsie. And that would actually have been contemporaneous with, I guess, the US Civil War, right? 1960s? Tumultuous time. Robbie says, lots of symbol reference to visual objects used in the Chinese language. Oh, you mean in the characters? I mean, arguably at one point it is not that symbolic of a language, though. Like, it's not like Egyptian hieroglyphics, which people compare them to emoji all the time. It's a phonetic writing system. Each of the symbols represents a sound and not the little image you see. And I believe, again, I'm not a hieroglyphic expert, I'm certainly not an Egyptologist. I believe that generally the word for whatever it is, like whatever the first sound of bird is what the little sigil that looks like bird is representing. So, very symbologic, very like pictographic. You can look at it and be like, a reed, a bird, but it is a phonetic writing system, and not a pictographic writing system. Alexi says, I remember the guy from Spacey included a lot of linguistics things in his framework with a good success. How much do you think linguistics will help us in our stage of NLP development, and how? Great question. I mean, I think if you asked some other folks working in the field, they would say that linguistics is a waste of time and no one should study it. And I would disagree with them. So for me, I think the place where linguistics knowledge is most helpful is when you are working with languages other than English, because we're at the point now where we can brute force a lot of things with English because we have a lot of data. We are perfectly willing to turn carbon into bits and get bigger and bigger models, basically ad infinitum. It seems like there's no end to people's capacity for desire for these things. Capacity for utility, that's a second question. But most language problems are not general. Most things that people are trying to build are specific for a purpose. And most people don't speak English, right? Like worldwide, people who speak English, certainly to my degree of fluency, are not the majority. And which is not to say that there's not, large populations of English speakers. Obviously there are, which is not to say that there are not native speakers of populations around the world. There absolutely are. Singaporean English, for example, lots of native speakers of that particular variety of English. Boy, do the English love to colonize. There's that legacy is just there. But Nigerian English. But again, most languages are unlike English, right? English is, if you sort of like imagine all of the grammatical features that a language can have as like little knobs that you can like turn and pick it, English is fairly extreme on several of those knobs. So it's not a good proxy for all languages, TM, even though a lot of linguistics research has been done on English. So if you want to build a system for a language that is unlike English, you need to understand the ways in which it is different from English if you're trying to shove it into English-shaped tools in order to fix things, right? In order to make it work good or at all. Great example of this. Was it the Whisper paper? I think it was the Whisper paper where they were like, we include German data and we have removed all capitalization. You can't remove capitalization in German data. It's grammatical. If you remove the capitalization data, some tokens become ambiguous. It's important to maintain it. And just not having that sort of knowledge about the language that you're working with makes your systems worse. So that's my general recommendation. It says, we want great language models that fit in household GPUs. So 100+ billion models heavily distilled. So, I mean, in as much as I want a language model, I want it to be very data parsimonious, and I want it to be small, and I want it to have been trained to be small in the first place. But also, they don't work equally well for all languages, right? Even just looking at my experience talking to different developers around the world who are trying to use something like multilingual BERT for language that is nominally included in multilingual BERT, generally it's just not been the tool that helps them with their task. And perhaps that's changing, and perhaps it's getting better, and perhaps if you're using a language that is, higher resourced, like Hindi, for example, you'll have more success than if you're using a language that's, lower resourced, like let's say Bengali or Marathi, to sort of stay in that part of the world. But I'm not saying don't use the tools that work. I'm saying that without linguistic understanding, the tools won't work as well as they could. So, Alexi said, what would the best candidates be for the middle of the dial languages? Great question. Tangent time. It's something that I don't know, right, off the top of my head. I'm not a topologist. I just sort of know about topology. And I would say that it's something that, it's a empirical question. So one sort of way of doing it is we could look at something like the World Atlas of Linguistic Structure, right? And we could look at languages that tend to fall in the middle of the range. So for example, consonant inventories. These are the number of different consonant sounds that a language has, right? So you can see here, Irish, large, English, it says it's average. English does have quite a few pretty rare consonants, though. If we're looking at, let's say, Khalkha, not a language I'm familiar with, average. Languages that tend to have very small consonant inventories, a lot of oceanic languages, so Maori, for example, has small. Yes, can I get the number? No. Well, thank you. Helpful. I guess you'd have to go look up the citation. Right, so you'd look at, consonant inventories. It looks like I could add something else. So let's also add, vowel quality inventory. So how many different vowels does the language have? So if we're looking at both of those, if we were looking for something that was average and average, right? There's 84 of those languages. It includes things like Rahui. I know nothing about this language. It's spoken in Pakistan. Again, I knew nothing about this language, never heard of it before, but it has, average of both of those things, right? Or Bulgarian, that's a language I have heard of, or Basque. Basque is probably not the best example. Basque has some pretty weird stuff about it. Particularly its counting system is, I want to say like base 60? Yeah. It says, totally agree with your cake. Oh, thank you. Not everyone does, which is fine, takes all kinds, but I don't know. It's very easy to be frustrated with the field right now. Ravi says, specific characters used in the Japanese language is a symbol of Hill Mountain. Yeah, I'm not saying there's no iconographic characters. I am saying that most characters are not particularly iconographic. And if we're looking on sort of like the scale of iconography, the Chinese/Japanese character system is a bad choice for being especially iconographic. Yeah, so let's see, is there anything else that... No glottalized consonants, no obstruent laterals. So laterals are made with the side of the tongue. So like l or not the second one we don't have in English. So Allah, Allah, like the l sound with the side of the tongue. Ahli, ahli. Much more common in Native American languages. We don't have it in English. Complex syllable structures, so you can have both onsets and codas. We talked about that. I remember that. No lexical tones. Oh, is tone and pitch accent separate here, or are they combined? I think the Americanists might disagree with you there. So there's a little bit of contention about whether or not some languages in Africa and the Americas have pitch or tone, and they are slightly different theoretically. Anyway, so you can see there are a lot of different features and qualities, both grammatically and, phonologically and syntactically, and in terms of sounds. And of course, not all languages have sounds. So what's the median point between a spoken language and a signed language? Oh, they're very different from each other, right? What's the median point between, a language that has tone lexically and a language that has pitch accent and a language that has no grammatical or phonetic use of tone? So I don't know. So yeah. Yep. It says, let's have every word a dictionary entry, which is great getting a starting point, but it doesn't work if your vocabulary counts in millions and almost no words get to second example in any attainable example. Yeah, absolutely. So if your language is highly agglutinative, where tokens, if your token is at the word level, tend to be completely unique, but the units of constant repetition are the morphemes below the word level, and you're treating it like English, good luck. Could I drop a link? Yeah, absolutely. So this is the World Atlas of Linguistic Structure Online. Oh, sorry, Language Structures Online. And if you're interested in just sort of like linguistic topology, a nice resource for that. Yeah. Robbie says Babylon used a base counting system. Yes, and I believe so does Basque. One sec. It's something weird. It may be base 20. It's something very atypical. Numbers and counting and Basque. Oh, maybe it's base 20. But most counting systems are based on your hands in some way, and if you count the knuckles is where you tend to get base 60 counting systems. But anyway, Alexei says, if I could, for some reason, come out with a single language for all of humanity, how would it look? I mean, people have tried, right? And I would say, first of all, that I would never do that. Linguistic diversity and people's, cultural heritage is indelibly tied up with their language. And any attempt to level that has historically been directly as a result of colonialist, imperialist violence. And I've lost my ancestral languages and I'm kind of sad about it, but am I sad enough to learn Gaelic? Ugh. Well, maybe not. Or Cornish, right? A language which is functionally dead. Who would I talk with, right? So first of all, I would never do that. And second of all, people have tried, right? So usually like utopians, Esperanto is an example of a language that's that was constructed to be easy to learn. I would say it's very European focused, so it's more sort of defining, more like a pan-European than like a global language. And I guess my question is, why do we want a global language, right? Like, is it to reduce local nexuses of political control and influence? Because that's not great. Not a big fan of that. So, yeah. Robbie says, what's your opinion on languages dying? I mean, again, very much a reflection of capitalist, imperialist, colonialist violence, and I'm not a fan of it. Like I said, I think people's languages are part of their cultural heritage and deeply important to them, right? Like Alexa, you've mentioned like how your languages mean a lot to you, right? Or even my language variety, right? Like I'm kind of protective of Southern English. I don't like it when people are derogative towards it because it means they're being derogative to people from here. But anyway, I think languages are cool or interesting, and the languages that people use and that they want to use are obviously affected by things outside of their control, but also indelible a part of being human. And one of those things that state level control, or higher than state level control, I don't agree with. But anyway, we've talked at length on this channel about how I am pretty staunchly anti-authoritarian. Also, I would like to say that I'm anti-colonialist. I try my best, but ongoing struggle. All right, next paper. This is gonna be, actually, you know what? I'm just gonna real quick open this in another tab. The screenshots, I haven't actually looked through the paper. The screenshots that were shared were censored. And I'm just gonna make sure that these are censored too, because it would be a shame to get my channel locked or something. Okay, checking it out. So far, so good. Okay, good. Yes, they are blurred. Great. Great. We're good to go. So this is a preprint by, so it hasn't been published, but we're gonna be talking about it anyway. Yeah. Alexi says, imagine aliens come and say, come up with a single language or we destroy the earth. How would we construct one? I mean, I don't know that that's a super helpful conversation to have. I mean, by the numbers, we'd probably all just learn Mandarin. Or, well, yeah, a little bit challenging there because there's some language ideology that means that folks will say that what they are speaking is not a language variety that is distinct, even though perhaps a linguist looking at, say, the grammars of those languages might find enough distinction that they might be happy to call them separate languages. So, Quarky says, I think a common go-between language would be nice. Many years back, I heard someone at my uni was using Sanskrit in that capacity, owing to its very precise grammar. Knew a lot of Sanskrit speakers, did they? Yeah, that particular claim that some languages have a more logical or better grammar than other languages tends to be a little bit specious often. There is actually a language that's been constructed. I don't want to get too deep into constructed languages because that is kettle of fish, but there's a constructed language called Lojban, which has been constrained, built under the constraint of not allowing ambiguity, and it is unusable for actual human communication. All languages have ambiguity. It is an unremovable part of the human linguistic experience. And I mean, we're speaking English, so to a certain degree, English is a professional go-between language, particularly global English, a language variety I don't speak. All right, let's make ourselves sad. So, preprint. From channel favorite, Abeba Burhane, fantastic researcher. We talk about her work all the time. Vinay Uday Prabhu, independent researcher, but CMU alumni email address. Quirky says, if we understood the alien threat, maybe there's no need to come up with a common language. Perhaps so. And then Emmanuel Gahembwe, possibly. I'm so apologies if I'm saying that incorrectly, from the University of Edinburgh. So, Alexei says, I really like the Pan-Slavic language. If you learn it, you can be half intelligible in the whole of Eastern Europe. Very useful, and there's a nice movie where it's used. Oh, interesting. I was not familiar with that. There's a long history of constructed languages. If you're interested, in constructed languages in particular, I would actually recommend a book. I'll just pop it in here. In the Land of Invented Languages by Erica Orkett, who has a linguistics PhD. And also, it's a great book, well written, very engaging, that talks about sort of the human impulse to construct and create language and some examples throughout history. That is a great read. And if this is something that you're particularly interested in, I think will really scratch the itch of finding out more. All right. Also, I love how you're all asking linguistic questions about, so in linguistics, sometimes people will talk about language with a lowercase l, language with a capital L. A capital L language is all languages, basically. Language is an object of study, not a specific language. So, all right. So this is a little bit more on the computer vision side of things. Those of you who know, I'm not a computer vision researcher, never have been, never will be. But I think it is, undeniable that it's having an effect on our society and field. So I do talk about it on occasion. So let's just read the abstract. The title of this paper is Multimodal Datasets, Misogyny, Pornography, and Malignant Stereotypes. Like I mentioned, prepare to be bummed. We have now entered the era of trillion-parameter machine learning models trained on billion-sized datasets scraped from the internet. The rise of these gargantuan datasets have given rise to formidable bodies of critical work that has called for caution while generating these large datasets. Generating, and also just, some might argue, stealing. These address concerns surrounding the dubious curation practices used to generate these datasets, the sordid quality of alt text data available on the World Wide Web, the problematic content of the Common Crawl dataset often used as a source for training large language models, problematic here being that it is introducing unfixable problems into the models themselves, and the entrenched biases in large-scale visio-linguistic models, such as OpenAI's CLIP model, trained on opaque datasets, web image text. Yeah, OpenAI loves opaque things for something with open in the name. In the backdrop of these specific calls of caution, we examine the recently released Lion 400M dataset, which is a clip-filtered dataset of image alt-text pairs parsed from the Common Crawl dataset. We found the dataset contains troublesome and explicit images and text pairs of rape, pornography, malign stereotypes, racist and ethnic slurs, and other extremely problematic content. We outline numerous implications, concerns, and downstream harms regarding the current state of large-scale datasets, while raising key questions for various stakeholders, including the AI community, regulator, policymakers, and data subjects. And if you're a data subject in this case, you may not know it, right? Yeah, Alexei says, Singlish looks like a naturally occurring mixed language. Met some Singaporean people recently who talked in it between each other. I love to hear it. Yes, so I would probably call it a variety of English. Languages that have arisen from contact between multiple languages and are on their own a language that is learned by children acquiring their first language are sometimes called creoles. Contact varieties that have not yet reached that, there are native speakers of it level are called pidgins, P-I-D-G-I-N-S. Technical linguistic terms. So if you hear those terms used, they mean a contact variety. Like I said, Singaporean English, I would call a specific variety of English. Singlish, I would call potentially a pidgin, potentially a creole. I'm not that familiar with the specifics of Singapore. All right. So basically, basically a bunch of stuff we already know that, like, hey, we, right, already know that we're in a time and place right now where people are willing to spend large amounts of money and time working on AI systems, and that a lot of these systems rely on labeled text, images labeled with text, right? So alt text images. There's issues with these, right? Because mostly they're scraped from the internet, with or without the consent of people involved. Without, right? Perhaps with some examples like Flickr, where there was a fairly permissive data license. Perhaps in that case, we might consider that there was consent from the people whose images were used. In a lot of cases, I think there probably wasn't. So there's been a bunch of critiques, lots of issues. Labeling is a great concern. This includes stagnant vocabulary of labels, misrepresentation of gender, prevalence of ethnophilisms, and non-imageability uses in the label space. So basically people not describing the image in the alt text. I have no idea what that mean words. An ethnic or racial slur, typically caricaturing some identifiable, often physical feature from the group being derided. All right, so racist descriptions of people's anatomy and bodies, it sounds like. These critiques have resulted in some corrective measures, including the retraction of the MS Celeb and tiny image data sets, although unfortunately, they're out there. Even though the companies have retracted them, they're definitely still available. Blurring of the images of people and filtering out of constituent images to create a sanitized version of the original dataset. For example, the creators of ImageNet advocated removing 2,674 out of the 2,832 existing sin sets in the person subtree of the label space. The vast majority, like 90%. This work is particularly informative as it specifically delves into the tenuous relationship between the content of an image and its textual categorization description WordNet sin set, and highlights the seriousness of issues such as stagnant concept vocabulary and non-imageability. Say Table 1 in Young et al.'s paper, which leads us to a parallel body of critique surrounding alt text descriptions of images on the World Wide Web. I was going to say in the World War W. That's not what that is. That's not what those three words mean. Those three letters mean. So basically, folks have tried to release a data set and then fix it to make it a little bit better, but issues remain. Image text pairs and alt text. The alternative text, alt text, associated with an image element on a web page is an HTML attribute that can be harnessed in case the element image cannot be rendered. The motivation behind alt text is to enable assistive technologies such as screen reader software to deliver descriptions of contents of an image to blind and low vision people, which is great, right? We love accessibility. In order to improve the quality of alt text on the World Wide Web, the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, provides a comprehensive taxonomy of images neatly subclassified into informative images, decorative images, functional images, images of text. Oh, I didn't know that was a separate thing. Good to know. Complex images, group images, and image map categories, but also clearly describes an alt decision tree that captures the expected best practices to generate alt text associated with the images being uploaded. Yet, what permeates the World Wide Web is a vast wasteland of poorly written, sparsely available alt text image descriptions. This has attracted the attention of accessibility advocates and ethicists alike, who have created a robust body of work that critically analyzes the image textual description dyad. Lexi says, is there any asymmetry in language learning? For example, it's easier to learn English for a Chinese native or Chinese for an English native or vice versa. This would help with our alien threat. Perhaps for some qualities of the language, but probably not for others. Right, so Chinese and English, Mandarin, let's say, here are not a particularly good example because Chinese and English actually share quite a few grammatical structures. Like we've got some stuff Chinese doesn't have, but we're both fairly, synthetic languages. We rely heavily on syntactic word order or morpheme order. I don't want to get into what constitutes a word in Chinese in order to relay information, rather than morphological declension and stuff. it's pretty hard for an English speaker to learn Mandarin tones, but most of the little sounds of Mandarin we have in English with like, I don't think we do, but it's, again, a little bit easier for an English speaker to learn than like, you know, things like squirrel, which is a very complex onset. We have the R sound, which is pretty weird and rare cross-linguistically, or at least in American English we do. So yeah, there's no clear, like for some features of each language, it's going to be easier going in one direction than the other, but I don't know of any language pairs where they're always easier to go from one direction to the other. Yep. So pretty big issues, right? So out of a bunch of tweets, only 0.1% contained alt text. Various other things, you know. This paper hints towards the prevalence of search engine ranking abuse schemes where poor quality of alt text was embraced in order to hit high coverage rates. Oh no! Oh no! That's awful. I mean, I can see why people would do it, but it's going to make the web unusable for low vision folks. These observations reveal that a World Wide Web-sized data dump of alt text is besotted. Fancy words. With a high prevalence of issues such as missing important information, not being descriptive enough, resorting to stereotypical and offensive descriptors, being over-descriptive, including file names and special characters, or misrepresenting images, right? So basically, if you're just going to use raw alt text, you're going to end up with some garbage. And then there's a discussion of Common Crawl and what's in it, which I'm going to assume most of y'all are fairly familiar with. There are some issues with it, right? So they are citing here a study Maddock et al. Used a crowdsourced taxonomy project to train a GDP Article 9 sensitive URL classifier, which revealed that of the 1 billion URLs they audited in the Common Crawl dataset, 155 million fell into the sensitive category. Real toxicity prompts work revealed that Common Crawl contains over 300,000 documents from unreliable news sites and banned subreddit pages containing hate speech and racism. More recently, Lucioni and Vivano's initial study placed the hate speech content level to be around 4 to 5%. The 1+ hate engrams level was estimated to be higher at 17%. I'm assuming this is like documents? Oh. It says, I didn't know about this, seems quite clear. Oh, it looks like the URL's been released, not released, deleted. Where are we reading? With regards to CC aligned, 119 language parallel dataset built off of 68 snapshots of Common Crawl, Caswell et al. Revealed that there were notable amounts of pornographic content, more than 10%, found for 11 languages, with prevalence rates being as high as 24% for language pair English OMKE. I don't actually know what language that would be. If any of y'all know, feel free to pop in the chat. Language of the Americas? No idea. That's extremely high. Hi, Henry. Haida says the link is about the W3 guidelines for how to use the alt text attribute, which this paper referred to. Oh, helpful. Thank you. Yeah, good to see you here as well. The Lion 400 million dataset emerges from this landscape containing hundreds of millions of image alt text pairs parsed from the Common Crawl dataset and filtered using previously Common Crawl trained AI model CLIP2. With this background, we present our findings following our initial audit of the Lion 400 million dataset below. The result of the paper is structured as follows. In section 2, we present our initial qualitative and quantitative analysis of the Lion 400 million multimodal dataset. In section 3, we provide the background behind this recent drive for ever larger multimodal datasets and illustrate the limitations of the approach used to create them. In section 4, we outline the oft-ignored asymmetries between incautious large-scale dataset curation and downstream detoxification processes. In section 5, we examine dominant narratives for the emergence of multimodal datasets, outline their shortcomings, and put forward open questions for all stakeholders, both directly and indirectly involved in the data model pipeline, including policymakers, regulators, data curators, that's us, data subjects, that's also us, as well as the wider AI community. In section 6, we conclude the paper with some final thoughts and reflections. So I think it makes sense to read section 2 and 5, and maybe others if we have time, but it's quite a long paper. We're on page 3, and without the appendixes, it is 15 pages, and with the appendixes, it is 33 pages. And the appendixes include a lot of blurred images of porn. OMKE is Oromo, Kenya. Oh, I believe that's a language of Western Africa. Western Africa. I want to say in Ethiopia. Ethiopia and parts of northern Kenya. I believe they also have a dance tradition that involves a lot of like head and neck movements. Yeah, and like hair whipping. Cool. Thank you for looking that up, Pittis. Alexi says, I still can't find that forum thread, most likely on Reddit, where people discuss the most disturbing / weird things they found in their data set. Yep. Yes. Thank you. So I'm saying thank you to the authors here. Note, all offensive imagery from this section has been hand blurred and moved to the appendix after a blank page to give the reader the option not to visually engage should they choose not to. I appreciate that, especially for those of us who are reading these on YouTube channels and trying not to get our, channel banned. So recently, September 2021, the Lion 400 million dataset was released, adding to a growing list of large-scale visio-linguistic multimodal datasets amassed from the Common Crawl data dump. Envisioned in parts to be an open-source variant to the closed-source web image text dataset, the dataset contains millions of image-text metadata tuples. I say tuple. I know some people say tuple. Pick which one you like, and imagine I said that one. Extracted from the alt text attributes of random web pages crawled between 2014 and 2021. So issues here, right? We just talked about some of the problems with the alt text itself, and I imagine there will be others. Yeah. It says 36 million speakers, this is Oromo, 34% of Ethiopian population, and the second most spoken language in Ethiopian, 500,000 speakers in northern and eastern Kenya. Oh, that's a pretty big language, actually. Yeah, I believe the most spoken language in Ethiopia is Amharic. Yes. Sorry, that's me thinking about some of the very serious issues that Ethiopia is facing right now with regards to political violence. So it's the most widely spoken Cushitic language. Others are Somali, Beja, I think it's Beja, Afar, Hadia, Kambata, Soho, and Sidama. Apology if I'm mispronouncing the name of anybody's language. I'm trying. Yeah. Henry said, I heard about a holy text that predates the Old Testament. It goes into details about the origin of Jesus and discusses how languages used to be unified. Yeah, if you are public about being a linguist, every so often someone will just send you something wild. I used to get a lot about like the was it the Adamic language, I think, which the language that Adam from Christian mythology spoke, that was supposed to be like the universal language that controlled things. Anyway, sometimes people will just send you stuff and you'll be like, cool, neat. I'm glad you're having fun. Thank you, Edis. I appreciate the background knowledge. And with that in mind, 24% of those language pairs were porn in the Common Crawl corpus. This is not a small language. This is a fairly large language community. All right, just a lot of images in here. Alongside the dataset release, the curators also provided a clip-retrieved Clay Nearest Neighbors Index accessible via a GUI, graphic user interface, link to that. The machine learning community that interacted with the semantic search portal began to raise concerns about the regularity that they began encountering not safe for work, offensive, violent, and pornographic imagery, even in response to seemingly benign queries. In this section, we highlight some of the problematic content we discovered in this dataset and the associated query results the interface returned via an internal audit. Right. So some big issues they had. There was a lot of NSFW, not safe for work, content that contained vivid depictions of sexual violence and other troubling imagery. Even the weakest link to womanhood or some aspect of what is traditionally conceived as feminine returned pornographic imagery. For example, when searched for descriptive adjectives such as big and small, terms such as Asian, Indian, and Nigerian, relationship terms such as auntie or mummy, cross-cultural terms such as ma or abuela, or demographic indicators such as Latina and Black woman. All returned images clearly sourced from pornographic websites. These images are not just prototypically not safe for work from a pariacal nudity perspective, but also include explicit rape scene imagery as well as photoshopped images of female celebrities. So I don't think... So now I'm just going to talk sort of about, something slightly tangential to this, right? The existence of pornographic imagery, I don't find to be a problem in and of itself, right? Particularly if, it's being produced ethically, sex workers are being fairly compensated for their labor, their privacy is being respected, right? Like, I don't think sex work is inherently a problem. I don't think pornography is inherently a problem unless it is enabling secondary abuse. And I think that's the issue here, right, is that these are being sold as general purpose models that you can use for everything, where the representations of women, and I would, argue that probably also things like, other genders, right, that are not cis men, are linked not only deeply towards sexualization, but also towards violence, is going to have implications for downstream tasks. And the vagueness of these terms and the depth of relationship here, I don't know how you could get this out of this data, right? Like, you are starting with a non-representative database that's claiming to stand in as a model of the world, right? That is deeply skewed towards a very narrow, violent imagining of what it is to be a woman, or even just like broadly not a cis man, which is a problem, right? That's an issue. Furthermore, we queried the dataset for terms such as schoolgirl and schoolboy, beautiful, handsome, and CEO, African and European, as well as terms such as best president, worst president, and terrorist and white power, to get a glimpse of how much the dataset can potentially aid in creating semantic search technologies that end up perpetuating historical, social, cultural stereotypes and political biases. The sample images reveal how the specific semantic search engine version meant to fetch images from Lion 400M not only risked amplifying hypersexualized and misogynistic representation of women, but also presented results that were reminiscent of Anglocentric, Eurocentric, and potentially white supremacist ideologies, right? So it's not just, women who are being misrepresented here. It is anyone who's not white. It's anyone who's not from Europe. It's anyone who is perhaps not speaking English. That's most people, right? That's most people in the world. And this is this sort of skewed, horrible imagining of what it is to be a person in those buckets, what it is to be a person who is not within this very narrow, narrow schema of positive representations, and literally everyone else is going to be associated with these negative, violent, racist images. Alexi says, I remember porn detection neural network from Yahoo being mixed with Deep Dream back in the days. It was producing very extract, but weirdly, I don't know how to describe the feeling, images. Off-putting, unsettling. I vaguely remember that as well. Remember Deep Dream, guys? Ooh. Search engine bias. Upsetting, right? It's difficult to just like stay calm sometimes. Tom says, have they effectively removed the ordering that Google provides with Common Crawl, effectively flattening the importance of the images so you don't have the ranking? I don't know. I imagine that's what they're going to talk about here. Search engine bias. Well, images obtained from the search exercises presented in section 2. Okay, so no, this is actually what they are doing in the GUI for the system itself. Yeah, I have no idea, Tom. I have no idea. If anyone else does, please feel free to chime in. In order to understand the phenomena of repeated encountering of not safe for work image in response to queries such as Desi, None, and Latina. If you're not familiar with Desi, it's a term for like folks of, Southern Asian-ness, I guess. Let me find a better, one sec. Let me actually look up a word used to describe the people, cultures, and product of the Indian subcontinent, of products of the Indian subcontinent and their diaspora. I think I've also heard it referring to folks from Sri Lanka, so it may not be just the Indian subcontinent, but sort of generally. 34% of the results for Desi were not safe for work, 16% of None, and 28% of Latina. Presented in the not safe for work flag values column of the table are the value counts of the clip-derived not safe for work field that not just alludes towards its unreliability as a filtering parameter, but also highlights the need for combined text and image-based filtering steps used in projects such as the Wikipedia-based image text dataset and conceptual captions dataset. Okay, so there already is some, it sounds like, some degree of filtering here, and it's just not working enough. Yeah. Now he says, it's a good practice to fine-tune these pre-trained models on a large amount of relevant documents for custom tasks to improve performance and reduce pre-existing biases. I mean, yes, if you are going to use a large model, I would definitely recommend fine-tuning if it's feasible, but you can't. Right, it's something we talked about on the channel. It's very much an open question. Once a piece of data has been included in model training, it's in the weights. And it's very, we don't know how to remove the effect of a single piece of training data from the model as a whole. We just don't know how to do it. And that's part of the reason why algorithmic disgorgement is sort of the legal tool that judges have been using in situations where it's found that a company has acquired data illegally. And that just means you have to delete the whole model and everything that depends on the model, because there's no way to remove a specific piece of data or even some specific pieces of data from the representations of the model. We just don't know how to do it. There's researchers working on it. It is not solved. And given, that memorization seems to be, to the best of my knowledge, an unavoidable fact of using, over-parameterized very large models, that data is, producible in the model output. So, I mean, if this is something you're worried about, my recommendation would be just not to use a large model because, you know, something like GPT-3, we don't know all the data that's in GPT-3. We know some of the data, right? And then others we just don't, right? GPT 3.5, GPT-4, T5. I actually don't know about T5. I don't. If they've completely released all the data that they're using, I don't want to, like, you know, paint them with a bad brush. But yeah. Where can we find the papers discussed today? So, I mean, here on the channel, if you would like. So I do an annotated bibliography for my coffee supporters. So my monthly supporters, and I post, you know, all the papers we talked about and also additional notes, and that'll be on my coffee later today, usually at some point. Yep. The Wikipedia dataset is pretty curated, yes. Wikipedia is also a pretty good source, but here's the thing, there are biases in what information is and isn't included in Wikipedia, right? If you're trying to build a model for something related to math, you're probably good to go. If you're trying to build a model related to, like, lace making, good luck. The lace making Wikipedia pages are shamefully bad. Right? Or if you even just want to have something that's like a fairly good representation of the world, I mean, internet data is not going to give that to you because there are biases in what we talk about on the internet. This is covered in depth in the stochastic parrots paper if you're interested, but yeah. Yeah, so they're basically talking about how, hey, these tags don't work, and it's very hard to get around. So, yeah. How did we get here? Why do people do this? So one is a well-defined motivational drive to begin such a venture. People want to do it for a specific reason. A large-scale base source to see the curation process, and a filtering mechanism to turn a raw data set into one worthy being fed into a multimodal model training pipeline. So they're sort of talking about the various parts of it. And I would like to also talk about their sort of takeaway for stakeholders. What is this? Yikes. All right. Sorry. So here we have some images using cosine similarity to generate captions, I believe. So here we have a color image of astronaut Eileen Collins, who I believe was a U.S. astronaut. There's a U.S. flag in the background. That seems like a good guess. Great use of context clues, Rachel. And the similarity of the caption, this is a portrait of an astronaut with the American flag, was 0.27, which is lower than the similarity of the caption. This is a photograph of a smiling housewife in an orange jumpsuit with the American flag, which is a similarity of 0.30, right? Which is not to say that, you know, it is bad to be a housewife, right? I think everyone should have, you know, the ability to determine what it is that they do in life to the greatest degree possible, and if that's what they want to do, perfectly fine. However, it is a sexist stereotype that all women are or should be housewives and should not have other options, right? And this is an astronaut, which is a different job than housewife. And there is also an example of a similar caption being generated for a picture of Barack Obama, where the neutral caption has a lower similarity than the, you know, caption that contains a racist conspiracy theory. So, an issue. Alexi says American flag. Indeed, indeed. I say American, U.S. flag. There are other countries in America. And they're so just this is their discussion of those. The main point here is not that we successfully generated provocative examples, but that the sheer ease of producing so-called corner cases emanates directly from strong misassociations baked into the model that can potentially amplify selection bias towards offensive samples in the CC corpus Common Crawl. Readers are invited to try out further examples via our publicly available Colab notebook with a citation. And then also basically a discussion about how it is so much harder to remove bad content from a data set than it is to crawl that data set in the in the first place, how it is so much harder to try and do the work, and also trying to remove toxic content or irrelevant content, which happens to be toxic from a data set, is worse to do as a person than just, starting your call script and going to get a cup of coffee. So yes, discussions and open questions. And actually, we've been here for a while. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back. I'm going to get some coffee myself because I could use some. So quick pause. I will be back in just a minute or so, and I will talk to you then. I return. Hello, welcome. No, you're not invited. I closed the door. Oh, sorry, my dog opened the door. He thinks I'm done. All right. So section 5, discussion and open questions. Yeah. So, I mean, on the one hand, I think this is the point that they're going to make here. I think that access to data, access to models can be a good, like capital G, not as like a commerce type of good. What's the word I'm looking for? Something you sell. Commodity. That way you go. Ooh, wow. Coffee. Can be a good for folks in general, but not if the thing that you're sharing is sort of harmful by default, right? Lion 400M is a monumental effort to change this under the drive to democratize large-scale datasets. In one sense, we commend this initial effort. However, this work demonstrates that such a conceptualization of democratization is too narrow and fails to foresee many of the problems we highlight. It fails to account for the rights, welfare, and interests of the vulnerable individuals and communities, many of whom are likely to suffer worst from the downstream impacts of this dataset and the models trained on it. Also, I have an issue with the term democratization because, this is a small group of people making decisions for a large group of people. Disgorgement. You'll also hear it called the algorithmic death penalty. I'm copying and pasting because I do not trust myself to spell that good. Disgorgement. Like, I think it also means like throwing up. Just based on my proposed etymology. Yes. Right, so democratization is the idea that like lots of people get a voice. And here it is a small number of people deciding who gets access to what and making it available, right? So democratization to me would be that everyone whose image is included in the data set gets a vote. That feels democratic. This feels not that, right? And I don't know, I don't have a better term, but I think that they're sort of like, it's like when people talk about open sourcing a model, they're not, right? Open sourcing the model, models are not something you can open source. You are making the model accessible, but that's different because it's not a source code, right? Yeah. Porus Lewis says, yeah, sounds about right. Algorithm. Some stuff on archive that could perhaps also fall under that category. Sorry, that was rude. Yes. This effort opens a door that allows the wider AI community to get a glimpse of the world at large-scale data sets, the kind of data sets that remain hidden within the data centers of big tech companies. It allows the community and its stakeholders to ask and pursue richer questions relevant for understanding the implications of data sets collected from the internet at scale, and by proxy, the AI models trained on them. Which, that's good. Transparency is important. Knowing what's going on is important. Like I said, if you're not telling people what you're doing, it's not really research, right? Yeah, no worries, Henry. But it also I think that sometimes people will say things publicly about their aims and maybe even believe that, but if you look at the impact of their actions, it is not, really improving the things that they say that they want to improve sometimes. I don't know. So it's just something I've been thinking about. So a great question. What should be in a data set? And I think that that's foundationally what the problem is here, right? Because the thing that they're doing here is they are getting the most data possible. And that's going to include data that I think most people wouldn't want in their training data and wouldn't want to use in their model, and data that the people who are in that data probably wouldn't want used for this purpose, right? Like, I have a friend who's an artist who is absolutely livid that her art was used to, train commercial products and she didn't have a say in it. And I know many artists that feel that way in multiple art fields, right? Writing, visual arts, honestly, dance. So yeah, issues. Tom says, I'd view it more as liberalism or civic engagement, e.g. you have the data to do something with. Yeah. But also, this is human data, right? Like, some of these are images of humans, not all of them. And in many cases, they are images of humans having violence done unto them. So I think we can assume that they did not consent to those images being uploaded, and certainly didn't consent to them being used in this way. And it feels bad, feels yucky, right? It feels yucky to me, and I may not feel that way to everyone. I mean, presumably to many people it doesn't, but to me it does. Yeah. Tom says, you get the same thing with freedom of information requests. In practice, educated people make freedom of information, also the government releasing reports and details of their decision making. Yeah. But Porus says, not to mention there's potentially sensitive data in the data set. There's absolutely sensitive data in the data set. There's absolutely data that's covered by GDPR. There's absolutely data that's covered by CCPA, which is the Californian one. There's probably images of faces of people from Arizona, and people are probably doing, algorithmic learning on it, which I believe is not allowed based on the state laws of Arizona. Facebook had to pay a lot of money because they were doing it and they shouldn't have. And we're just sort of making decisions for data donors in a way that, as someone with a research background, I'm not comfortable with, right? Like, I have not and will not play around with Stable Diffusion because I think that it was a bad thing to do, or a lot of these other sort of image generation models. And that's just a personal choice that I'm making, right? So Henry says, I didn't consent to Google taking a picture of my house and license plate number in Google Maps. Yes, but they're also not making the license plate number publicly available, and you do have recourse. You can ask them to remove it, and they have to, right? Also, if you didn't know that you can do that, you can't do that, in fact, right? At least in the US. I don't know about other places. Porus says, using prison mugshots for facial recognition algorithms is problematic. Yeah. Yes, 100%. So in research terms, prisoners are what we call a special population, which means that they are a group of people that are particularly vulnerable to having harm done to them. And harvesting their data, much like using them for unpaid labor, feels so exploitative and wrong that I can't conscience it. I mean, I've got feelings about the existence of prison in a larger sense that we don't really need to get into, but in this particular sense, I think it's wrong. No. Henry says freedom of information doesn't work for documents stored in private agencies who take on government defense contracts. Not hard to hide information from the public. Yeah, absolutely. But also, some information you should be able to hide, right? Legally in the US, we don't have a right to privacy. It would be great if we did. We used to have kind of common law protections, but that's being eroded. But I don't know. I don't see openness as a virtue by default, right? Just like I don't see automation as a virtue by default. If it is improving people's lives, then I think that's good. If it is worsening people's lives for the benefit of, powerful stakeholders, I think that's bad. I don't know. Maybe that's a controversial stance to take, but that's the stance that I've come to. So, Hitta says people in the US have freedoms. I mean, yeah, absolutely. We do have some, particular, constitutional rights. Not everyone's going to have the same, constitutional rights based on their national government. But we don't have a right to privacy. It says lots of freedom from privacy. Porus says, looking at you, Dobbs case. Anyway, the technological is political, and unfortunately we cannot decouple them. I don't know that that's necessarily unfortunate, but it is the case. And then finally, discussion of AGI, which is just not a thing that I think is possible or likely, but I definitely think is a point that people are using to argue about why they should gain large amounts of money and power, and that's a choice that they're making. Yep. A great point here. Large-scale internet collected data sets also capture illegal content, such as images of sexual abuse, rape, and non-consensual explicit images. Which, I mean, if you have a model that you've trained that has memorized some or all of those images, and let's say it's something like CSEN, are you liable? I wouldn't risk it. I mean, I wouldn't train a model like that in the first place, but I don't think that is a question that we have an answer to, and I also don't think that it is fire I'd want to play with, you know what I mean? Anyway, discussion about it, because I'm sure they had to address it, but anyway. That's a great question. Section 5.3, are large neural networks a new distribution medium of illicit materials? Large neural networks are known to memorize some data samples outright, even if they occur just once in the entire data set, which I mentioned, and it just seems to be a factor of large neural models. I don't think that there's any way around it. Currently, potentially in the future, there will be, but that's not today. There's a possibility that a large multimodal AI model will outright memorize a data sample that is illegal, e.g. sexual abuse or rape. Thus, a situation may arise, or, I mean, to back up a little bit, just non-consensual sexual images, period, right? So I mentioned that I am in the state of Virginia. I think I mentioned this on Thursday. And one of the things that is illegal in the state of Virginia is having or redistributing, non-consensual sexual imagery of people, and that includes generated sexual imagery of people. So yeah, thus a situation may arise where a multimodal AI model not only puts out explicit content, but also illegal content. Even if an AI model does not outright memorize samples, Figure 18 shows that neurons can arise that capture illicit and harmful content in robust and recoverable ways. And if it generates, identifiable illicit content of somebody, again, if they're a resident of a state like Virginia, that's on you, Buster. This raises a question as to how much information can model inversion techniques recover from such multimodal AIs, and whether the weights of large multimodal AIs can be used to smuggle illicit and illegal data around the internet by passing conventional alert and detection mechanisms. I would argue they already are, almost certainly. Tom says, to me, you have democracy, the ability for the demos, people as a whole to make decisions, or like the people who are doing democracy, and liberalism, the ability of individuals or specific groups to follow their will. The two kind of fight at times. Yeah, it's a good point. I'm not super well read in, I guess, government theory. I don't even know what field that would be in, but yeah, I think that is sort of the tension I'm talking about. Poor says ick. Ick indeed. Ick indeed. And whose data rights and whose data ownership? And I think this is something that again, someone who has a background in research ethics, a background in linguistics, I'm always thinking about this in terms of language data, right? And particularly when we're talking about, let's say, indigenous languages, it just feels colonialist, right? To be like, hey, you've got language data, now it's mine, screw you, I've got it, you can't do anything about it, nah, we took your stuff, right? That's British Museum behavior, yeah? That's Smithsonian behavior. That's gross. And I hate that that's sort of like the framing that's going on here. Yeah. When scraping the web for data used to create such data sets, questions of data ownership and rights emerge. Some of the data, especially image data, may be publicly available, but scraping and containing a large data set with it is another issue. As we found, some of the data is outright illegal, e.g. images that capture a moment of deep trauma for the subjects depicted in them, e.g. sexual abuse and rape. Furthermore, such data sets are collected without the consent and awareness of the data subject. The question then arises, if and how a data set is collected, if and how a data set collected in such a manner should be disseminated. And I think personally, I would argue that it shouldn't be. But again, you know, I'm not working on this. It's not my work. It's just, that's my feelings. Alexei says the other end of the stick is the introduction of censorship to the language model. Yandex released a demo of a generative Russian language model. It was prohibited to speak about Navalny and everything political. I mean, is it? Right? We're talking specifically here about data sets. And I think that you can release data sets that are carefully curated. You can release data sets that are purpose specific. You can release data sets that everyone in the data set has consented to have released. In a way that I would feel good about, but it wouldn't be as big. And if, you know, your goal is just to release the biggest possible data set, well, that's a limitation. And I think it's just a trade-off these researchers are not willing to make. They're not willing to take the time and energy and effort to sit down and curate a data set, right? To do manual processes. And like, I understand it is extremely, there's an extremely high emotional toll for doing that sort of work. Like I've done some of it with language data and it is rough. But that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be done, and by not doing it at the point of creation of the data set, you are then disseminating that work to everyone that wants to use it. Or even worse, you're disseminating a data set that people don't realize have these issues, and it's just going to be foisted on users, right? Without their knowledge, without their consent, and almost certainly in an unpredictable and hard to mitigate way. But it says, what's the US legal system stand on why copyrighted material can be copied, stored, and automatically processed, yielding often verbatim copies of original through models memorization without explicit permission? TBD, right? So currently there is a lawsuit against GitHub and OpenAI and Microsoft for GitHub Copilot looking at exactly these problems. In the past, the courts, both in the US and in the EU, have been very lenient towards scraping and have said, like, more or less it's fine. I think now that memorization is a thing, large model training is a thing, And also, these are now commercial uses. I think it's begun to become a little bit more fuzzy. Certainly, record companies have made it very clear that they're going to sue the pants off you if you try to do it with their IP. A lot of what's being done is being done to like individuals though, right? Like small artists who just don't have the money to hire a lawyer to do this. Writers who just don't have the money to hire a lawyer to do this. Sex workers, a population in the United States and around the world that, historically has been marginalized to an extreme degree and just doesn't have the money or power to fight back against this. So TBD, again, I wouldn't do it, right? Like my strong recommendation for me to y'all as a technical practitioner is like, I don't think society and, given that we're kind of a republic, democratic country, is going to be okay with this for long. And I think that it's going to be, curtailed legislatively and through common law. And I think it's going to mean that a lot of models are going to get deleted. And that's just me with my like fortune teller hat on. And who knows, maybe OpenAI has very, very expensive lawyers and they'll be able to wriggle out of it. But you want to bet your career on that? I don't. So. Yeah, Tom says the ability to generalize may give a model the ability to create illegal images even without being trained on this. Also very true, yeah. How do you as a practitioner prevent that? How do you safeguard yourself, your employer, and your users? Yeah. And he says, if we're building applications where racial and economic characteristics are naturally unbalanced, how do we make sure we reduce the harmful biases? Oh, so a great example here, I think, would be providing mortgages or approving people for mortgages. Historically, of course, there's been a lot of explicit and implicit bias against particularly Black folks in America being able to get mortgages to buy houses. So if you weren't familiar, after, I believe, World War II, the GI Bill gave very cheap mortgages to white soldiers, and I believe that Black soldiers were not eligible for them, which has, ramifications in household wealth and housing security to this day. Yeah, and I mean, my first thing is, do you need to automate this? Like, why does this need to be an automated decision at all? And the second question is, like, how do you make it more fair? Is like, well, how are you going to measure fairness, right? So the US, we have this legal definition of disparate impact. So you're going to have to prove that you don't have disparate impact. Usually the way that people do this is by using very transparent models, particularly linear models. There's a lot of, verticals in the US where, certainly to my knowledge, people are just not using deep learning because they cannot make the fairness guarantees that they're required to. So, yeah. Russian says, interesting to trick the model to talk about politics. They weren't in favor of the current Russian government. Can I drop a link? Yeah, absolutely. So this is, like I said, this is a preprint. This is not out, but it is by a researcher that I, trust to a great degree. Like I mentioned, Abeba Berhain does great work, and I think these are all very good questions to think about. Alexi says, today is Dasue, the 21st solar term. It begins when the sun reaches the celestial longitude of 255 and ends when it reaches the longitude of 270 degrees. Cool. I know the solstice is on, I think, the 21st this month. Let's see, it's on a Wednesday. I know that. Yeah, oh, no worries. Henry says, what's disparate impact? Did I spell it right? Sorry about my bad spellings. Listen, I'm dyslexic. This is a bad spelling. Safe zone. Disparate impact. I am Googling it so that I can do it. Yeah, you got it right. So basically, I I'm on Wikipedia, reading on another tab now, refers to practices in employment, housing, and other areas that adversely affect one group of people of a protected characteristic more than another, even though rules applied by employers or landlords are formerly neutral. Although the protected classes vary by statute, most federal civil laws consider race, color, religion, national origin, and sex to be protected characteristics, and some laws include disability status and other traits as well. A good example here would be that, you know, you're looking for a job, you have sort of a formerly neutral thing. You're like, we're only going to look at people from, you know, these 20 colleges, and we're not going to look at anybody from any other college. But in those 20 colleges, you don't include any HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities. You don't include any colleges and universities that historically serve Hispanic populations. You only include colleges and universities that specifically are in the United States. You don't include any women's colleges or universities, right? So even though like it's sort of neutral at the standpoint, if you're like, oh, you went to an HBCU, oh, you went to a women's school, we're going to drop your application a couple points, that would adversely affect one of those groups. Just sort of a general idea. Yeah, so basically you're going to have to argue that you're not doing that in a legal way. And if you want more information, you should talk to a lawyer, because I'm not one of those. All right. Anyway, back to data rights. The Lion 400 million dataset is released under the Creative Commons CC BY 4.0 license, which has little restriction on how the dataset is used by others. Shouldn't it inherit the license of any of the images that are included in it? Okay, something interesting about datasets is that you can license the organization of the dataset and the data included in the dataset separately. So I'm assuming that this is the license that applies to the organization of the dataset. Yet the license, next to the license declaration, the Lion website states that the images are under their copyright. This is a form of attribution that relies on, quote, the diffusion of responsibility. The dataset authors delegate the responsibility of ensuring copyright is not violated onto the dataset users. No one's going to do that, diffusing their responsibility onto others. Regardless, the authors may still fall foul to laws in different parts of the world, such as the European Union, where such a dataset may be in violation of Article 15 of the EU Copyright Directive and the General Data Protection Regulation that applies to all datasets that are not anonymized, and you cannot anonymize a dataset that includes biometric markers. So anything that has facial data in it can't be anonymized. Anything that has vocal recordings in it can't be anonymized without manipulating those images and things. My turn. Putting the legal issues aside, the question of how ethical it is to carry out research using such dataset remains. Is it easier? Yeah. Is it the right decision as a scientist or a researcher? I guess I'll leave that up to you as individuals to decide. For example, the subjects depicted in the internet-connected images are not notified and remain unaware to the fact that their likeness is being used for research and possibly even being commercialized, which raises the further question of consent and fair compensation. Particularly, again, thinking about sex workers, if these are pornographic images, some of which were made during, you know, the course of employ, you're using their labor for your own goods. Similarly, artists, you're using their labor for your own commercial ends. Furthermore, as we have seen from analyzing the Lion 400 million dataset, the overwhelming visual depiction of certain groups in the World Wide Web is marred with malignant stereotypes and carries actual threat to vulnerable individuals. For example, many explicit images of women captured in this dataset are from the pornography industry, which itself has to deal with many issues, e.g. sexual slavery, mental, physical, and drug abuse. And like I mentioned, I think that, you know, ethically produced pornographic images I don't see inherently an issue with, but again, were they taken consensually? Was the person well compensated for their labor? Person or people's, was their privacy protected? Is their safety being preserved? Given what the datasets like Lion 400 contain, 400 million, the use of such datasets is highly likely to perpetuate the exploitation of individuals from minoritized groups. Individuals may delete their data from a website and assume that it is gone forever, while it may still exist on the servers of several researchers and organizations. And also, depending on how you got it from the website, that may be a direct violation of the terms of service. There is a question as to who is responsible for moving that data for use in the dataset. For Lion 400 million, the creators have delegated this task to the dataset user. Given such processes are intentionally made complex and the average user lacks the technical knowledge to remove their data, is this a reasonable approach? If you ask me, it's a weasel approach. and they know it, right? This is exactly enough legalese to, they hope, cover their butts. Lastly, the Lion dataset in its current set may not be suitable for release under the Creative Commons CC BY 4.0 license, even given its potential for democratization of large-scale multimodal datasets. The possible long-term harm, especially towards those at the margins of society, caused by the release of such datasets, as well as its ease of accessibility under a non-restrictive license, surpasses the potential benefits of democratization. This is not to rule out the possibility that it may be worthwhile to consider the release of such datasets under restrictive non-commercial licenses and strictly for research purposes, which I agree with, right? Like the benefit that they're arguing here is that, like, hey, you can use this to understand what's going on, to, as a society, increase our knowledge. This would allow for some democratization of large-scale data sets, while allowing researchers and other AI stakeholders the time to analyze, study, and better understand the data. This may also allow for similar grassroots efforts to clean the dataset and or allow researchers to come up with better automated filtering mechanisms, because the one that they provide is clearly fundamentally broken based on their audits. Nonetheless, the rights of the data subject remain unaddressed here. It is reckless and dangerous to underplay the harms inherent in such large-scale data sets and encourage their use in industrial and commercial settings. The responsibility of the license scheme under which the dataset is provided falls solely on the dataset creator. And I would agree. Like I said, I would not use this dataset personally, and it goes against my ideas of ethical practice around personal autonomy and respect for humans. I don't think I said it at the beginning of the sign-on, but my channel is for people who care about language technology and other people, and this fundamentally is not careful towards its data subjects. Weasel approach. Oh, right. So referring to someone as a weasel in American English means that they're particularly like trying to weasel out of it. You're trying to avoid responsibility. You're trying to act in a I don't know, untrustworthy way. You're trying to get away with something. Yeah, it's not very flattering towards weasels. I got nothing against, the muscelids, the weasel family. What are they? Musculidae? Hold, please. Let me look up some Latin. Mustelidae. I got nothing against the Mustelidae, but that's sort of the informal use. Nobody needed to do this, right? Nobody needed to do this and make it publicly available. Nobody needed to do something similar privately for corporations to build products, right? No one's asking for these products. Like, I hate to say it, but if this is a product development process, it sucks. The problem that they're solving is that the model that they want doesn't exist. But why do they want the model, right? Like, it's not, certainly the way that I think of careful product design and engineering, this ain't it. And perhaps those discussions are happening. It's just completely privately, and in no way reflected in the, public decisions or discussion around these models by their producers. But anyway, this stinks. This stinks. I hate that this is how the field is right now. I hate that we are exploiting people for our personal gain. I hate that this democratization is, I, a person with wealth and power and prestige and privilege, am going to choose to do the thing that brings me more of those things at the harm to you, person who has no ability to opt out of it, and may be very directly harmed by it, and I just don't care about you. And I think that foundationally, it makes me so aggravated, right? Because I believe in the potential of language technology. I think that computer vision as a field can be very beneficial to people. I think it can save a lot of time, a lot of effort. I think it could produce really good, helpful tooling. I don't think that's what folks are doing, right? Or if they are doing, it's certainly not where the attention and the money and the accolades are going. It's going to these sort of like big flashy projects where the thing that they're trying to build is something that gets attention so that people talk about it so that they get more VC money, right? Like, the thing that they want is your eyeballs so that they can turn that into, higher valuation. And and I realized that Lion was, developed by a research group that, is a bunch of university folks, but like, why are you working on it? Is it for, this is a thing that you think should be available and easy to use? Do you want this type of data to be easily accessible to everyone? Because not only have you collected it and made it more findable, you have put people in a situation where if they are using your tool and data set in the way that it is easiest to use their data set, the likelihood that they will not only do harm, but also straight up crimes, which, and again, setting aside the issue of, let's treat criminalization as a tool that society has to say, hey, we don't like this behavior. The fact is you're setting users and developers up to do things that, people in different societies around the world have decided that they don't like at a societal level and don't want to happen. And right, no legislative process is perfect. This is what you want your legacy to be? This is what you're going to tell your grandchildren about? Your legacy doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you have progeny, but like, this is what, you want to be in your obituary. Also, this person helped to collect and make available the data set that was 10% awful porn and contained illegal images of rape. And I would imagine they don't talk about it here, but also, violence worse than that. So Alexi says, how would it be enforceable? Question mark, right? Like we are in a situation here where I think the technology is doing things that people don't like, but we don't yet have, the legal ability to make them stop doing it, right? Which is why there's ongoing court cases. That's why we have the Copilot case. I wouldn't be shocked if we didn't see some sort of case from, perhaps an arts advocacy union sort of thing coming up. I'm not that familiar with the visual arts, but I wouldn't be shocked if we saw a case like that. I'm sure we'll see lobbying, right? This doesn't feel like it makes the world better. And maybe my definition of better and your definition of better are different, but I certainly wouldn't want this on my CV. Not this paper. I think this paper's fine. I think it's important to point out the issues. Anyway. Henry says, I have steel eyeballs. I won't budge. I wonder how many professors release survey data without statistical disclosure process to anonymize. Great question. So if it is data collected in a research setting, certainly in the United States, it should have gone through institutional review board, which is the, because that's human subjects data, right? You're interacting with humans for the purpose of research. So if survey data is released without anonymization, it should have been with the explicit consent of everyone who was involved in that survey. So if you've ever been involved in a research project, the first step is someone will sit you down, they'll explain in easy to understand language what's going to happen, what you are going to do over the course of the experiment, how your data will be stored and used, and you explicitly consent to that, which means that you say, yes, I understand, and yes, I agree that you can do this, and also that at any point in the future you can say like, hey, actually, I changed my mind. That was my dog. Do you feel strongly about informed consent? Do you want to hop up? You want to come say hi? Hop up. You can do it. You got it. Come on. He's got little legs. Hi, buddy. Right? So if data is released in a way that is not completely anonymized, it should be with the knowledge of the participants in the experiments and the data donors. Yes, so if it happens, in theory, the protections that we have for research participants, certainly in the United States, and I believe also in Canada, the UK, other places where I'm particularly familiar with their research program, you don't get to just collect survey data and release it without telling people that that's what you're doing. You have to be forthright with people about what you're going to do with the data, how you're going to store it, how you're going to share it. And I know that because I have, research data that I have shared that I had the explicit consent, the informed consent of everyone involved in the project to do. Thank you. Do you want to say hi? No. He wanted to get under the blanket on my lap and take a little nap. Yeah. So it's a very different process. And yeah, it's very time consuming, but it's important to be mindful and careful, particularly given the history of abuse of research participants in the United States. So about 50 years ago, there were the Tuskegee Valley experiments, which is where US researchers basically watched black men die of syphilis to find out what would happen for the purposes of research. And I mean, the harms were, it was 50 years ago, right? My parents were alive. You know, children, infants were born with syphilis as a direct result of this experiment. People died. And it, you know, also did irreparable harm in a way that I think is completely justified to the faith of the African American community in the medical field as a whole. Because, yeah, I wouldn't trust like that either. Reasonable. Anyway, safety regulations are written in blood. Yep. Alexi says, I don't think it will be straightforwardly enforceable in the foreseeable future. We'll have to be very smart in avoiding negative consequences. We'll have to care about negative consequences, right? Step one, give a crap. And I guess some people do give a crap, but they give a crap more about prestige and their bank accounts than the world they live in. And that's just a choice that they're making. Fun paper. Restricted access. I thought for sure I had the full paper. Oh, hold please. I checked. Did they restrict the access to this paper? No, they wouldn't have done that after publication. Well, we may just read the... Goodbye. We may just end up reading the wait, no, I have it. Okay, fabulous. Can I just... Is this the same? No, it's not the same author. Well, dang it. I'm so sorry. I thought I had a copy of the... You know what? I probably looked at it while I was logged in on a library account. We'll just talk about the abstract, because I think that's going to have the important stuff anyway. Alexi says, I saw a weasel twice in downtown Seoul. Nobody believes me. Interesting. Weasel. Interesting. I don't know what the range of them are. So this is emojis and exclamation points, Min's expressiveness and subsequent evaluation in interpersonal mobile communication. So I mentioned that emoji were one of my research areas when I was in grad school, which is how I found out about this paper, which came out November 2022, so quite a recent paper, and it's in the Journal of Min Studies. And this, I think, is a fairly common misconception that people have, that gender studies as a field is specifically about studying not men, but it turns out that men also have a gender and we're the object of exploration. Exploration, that's not the word. Investigation maybe? Anyway. Henry says, Raffle, yeah. Well, we can see the citation, so that's something. I'm sorry, I really did think I had the full article here. Anyway, and maybe get the full text. It is by Jonathan M. Bowman and Roger C. Pace. Jonathan from the University of San Diego, and Roger C. Pace also from the University of San Diego. So abstract. Increased text messaging across relationships is well documented, but little research explores how texting style impacts initial impressions of gender and sexuality. Extended research demonstrating that some men avoid expressive forms of communication in order to appear more masculine. Nothing more masculine than just never telling anybody anything. That was a joke. This project explores whether expressive text messaging, frequent emoji usage, and exclamation points is likely to decrease perceptions of masculinity and or heterosexuality, those are independent, among male-identified Confederates. In a 2x2 experiment, Expressiveness by Confederate Sex, participants texted with an unknown interaction partner and rated conversational qualities and perceived attributions about the masculinity and heterosexuality of those Confederates. While participants preferred interacting with more expressive partners, there were significant impacts upon ratings of partners' gender and sexual orientations. Results have implications for men's development of interpersonal relationships with unknown others. I'd love to know those results. All right, I'm gonna dig around a little bit and see if I can find it. Let me try some stuff. Yeah, so what really drew me to this study was they were looking at emoji usage, which again, something I've studied, and they were also looking at perception of sociolinguistic variables. If you can hear like pat, 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 that's my dog. Oh yeah, I know. You got your fox, huh? I can't play with you, buddy. I'm working. The face he's giving me, his little sad little eyes. My God, I can't look. Let's. There's a song about a dad who's not present in his son's life, called Cats in the Cradle. I think it's a little bit of an older song, but anyway, every time he guilts me into trying and playing with him while I am doing stuff, it makes me think about that. All right. Let's see. So let's go to, actually, I guess I can, I'm going to go to the first author's personal website and see if I can find it there. Oh, actually, Orchid ID. Why do you have an Orchid ID so an Orchid ID is supposed to be an ID that you have that allows you to, in a non-ambiguous way, refer to yourself and also link your work across venues. Oh, interesting. School of Business. Is this the same guy? No, it is not. San Diego, right? Turns out this is a very common name. Let's see. Nope. Okay, I think that is probably why Jonathan M. Bowman has an Orchid ID, because there's a lot of Jonathan M. Bowmans doing research even. And I'm trying to find mechanical engineering. That's not it. I'm trying to find... an institutional webpage, because often folks will put their papers on the webpage. This hasn't been updated since 2019, so I don't think that's gonna work. Well, all right, I guess we don't get it. Question mark what the results are. We'll never know. Bummer. I wish this were open access. Oh well. Also, open access papers are one of the things that's included in open science, and that I would say is a good example of democratization in no small part because most research in the United States is at least partially funded by government money. Example, does it have any funding? An email. I can't download the PDF. It's not gonna work. Yeah. See, I don't have access. Okay. Well, we gave it a good try. Bye, Henry. Good to see you. Alexi says, whimpering. Yes, he is bored and he is hungry and he's cold. And it's so hard to be a little dog. This one's open access though? Yes, thank God. Okay, this one's open access. So this is, and I'm straight off the bat, know nothing about this research area, besides, I mean, I enjoy reading archaeology research as much as someone who is not in archaeology can. Probably more than the normal amount, actually. I probably read more archaeology papers than most people. I am really particularly interested in domestic history and the history of, you know, fiber arts and clothing production. So that's an area that I've read in quite a bit. Outside of that area, not quite so much. But it sounded cool. So the paper is a simulation-based assessment of the relation between Stone Age sites and relative sea level change along the Norwegian Skagerrak coast. I don't know how to say that. And it's open access. It is in the Quaternary Science Reviews. The author is Isaac, I-S-A-K, Rolkvan, Roalkvan. That feels like that might be Norwegian. Yeah, University of Oslo. And published November 2022. So again, quite recent. So highlights from the papers. It simulates the spatial relationship between sites and the prehistoric sightline. So sites are like where someone's digging for artifacts or, you know, learning more about the archaeology of something where, in this case, people have been. Quantification of horizontal, topographic, and vertical distance. So how much did the sea move up, over, and I guess the land would be topographic distance. I don't know what topographic distance is. Something. Confirms close association between sites and the contemporaneous shoreline. So people wanted to live right by the ocean. I mean, but people still want to live right by the ocean. And unfortunately, the ocean wants to live right by them. Proposes a formalized methods for the shore dating of pre-late Neolithic sites. Alexi says, so no emojis and a masculinity talk today? Yeah, I can't find a copy of the paper that's open access. Which is a pity, because I want to find out. Well. Wait, okay, I'm gonna try something real quick. Really quick. I'm gonna have to do some stuff. I didn't want to mess with the partitioning stuff, but okay. Emojis, exclamation marks. And it is a Sage journal, which I'm assuming is going to be in the yes. May I? So it looks like I do have access to the University of Michigan library. However, I don't know how I'm gonna get it to here. Right, I'm gonna have to do this rigmarole. That's why I didn't want to do it. There's a lot of steps involved. I do want to read it though. It's like the most sociolinguistically of the papers. I love a good sociolinguistics study. See if I can get it. Yep. May I have my authentication? I know where to find forbidden knowledge. Indeed. All right. I would never type a password with my mic on stream, but that was a temporary authentication code, so I don't think that was that big of a security risk. All right, can I download the PDF? Can I download it though? I want to open it in another browser. Did that do it? Let's see. Ta-da! Okay, we did it. All right, here we go. No, dang it. This is the same one that I got last time. That's not actually the same paper at all. Gosh darn it. Okay, this is the right paper, but I want to download. I want to download it. It says I can download it. Oh, there's a pop-up I have blocked. Okay. All right. What about this one? Haha. Okay, we do have it. Fabulous. Okay. I'm very sorry. I did swear that I had access to this. I must have been logged into a library at the time. We do have access. Let's talk about it. I do want to talk about it. Okay. And now I have to change everything back to the configuration. All right. Emojis, an exclamation point, Min's expressiveness, and subsequent evaluation in interpersonal mobile communication, which I think here means texting. I think they're texting. So let's see. Text messaging. Yes, we talked about that. Research on emoticons. So emoticons and emoji, the difference is the emoticons are ones where you type with symbols, and emoji are Unicode code points that are illustrated based on your, wherever they're being rendered. Cognitive research has scrutinized our increased reliance on emojis using mobile devices, and clinical research has examined the psychological impact of these devices in regular use. This is a little bit of a scattershot citation section. I would expect this to be mostly about the linguistic use of emoji, but I mean, that's also my background. Not looking at interpersonal impacts of these expressive messages in terms of perceptions that are formed about a male interaction partner who uses them. So the perception of sociolinguistic features about somebody. So in this case, I think in this study, what they're trying to do is they're trying to have people make assumptions based on language use for somebody that they don't know. Oh, wait a second. Aha! I was like, that is a weirdly recent citation to use for the existence of nonverbal communication. It's the first author's book. Yeah. Do you want to hop up? Do I say hi? Yeah, you're very cute. I've also stolen his favorite blanket to be my lap blanket, which I think is part of the reason why he is so whiny. He'll be under there. There you go. Oh, your paws are so cold. All right. Don't touch the keyboard. Okay, I think he is cozy now. There are relatively fewer options for nonverbal expressions in text-based interactions, particularly in asynchronous channels like text messaging and mobile devices. So emoji, punctuation like exclamation points. There's been some research on using these for emotional cues. Partners often differ in the encoding and subsequent decoding of meaning associated with the use of these specific emojis. So they're saying that like emoji can use to lead to miscommunication. Repetition in emoji usage can serve as intensifiers of those communicated emotional cues. So if you have like 5 emoji, it's a stronger cue than just like 1. You're looking at heart emojis. Indeed, emotions can often be used to do the emotional heavy lifting of a conversation, providing nonverbal cues and triggering emotional responses in recipients. I remember recently there was a discussion about Zoomer cohort users finding the thumbs up emoji to be passive aggressive, whereas I, as a millennial, just see it as like, okay, seen, acknowledged, which very, for me, explicitly comes from Facebook Messenger, that being the only way without typing in a message. So like, I've seen your message. You could show that you'd seen somebody's message. Twitter, copyright. I don't think you actually need to put the copyright symbol after Twitter, but an additional shorter message may use emoji specifically to convey greater amounts of emotional information that cannot be put into words due to platform limitations. So I'd say a big theme throughout a lot of the emoji research is that they are not standing in for content words, which is sort of assumption that people tend to have, or at least had in the early days for emoji research about how emojis were being used. Not really the case. They seem to be more along the lines of gestures or facial expressions, which makes sense because they're mostly faces and hands. In terms of usage, while such messaging can result in both positive and negative impacts on the receiver, the use of emojis likely causes a consistent increase in the positive affect ratings of the message, regardless of the positivity or negativity of the original message to which the emoji is appended. Interesting. So that's also from this Shaya and Ava's paper. IBID just means like whatever the previous citation was, the same citation. Somewhat counterintuitively. Goodbye. Kian says, what? Thumbs up is sarcastic now? I use it with my coworkers all the time. Yeah, I mean, it depends, right? If it's an established usage you have, then I think it's fine. I think it's more passive aggressive than sarcastic, is how it's been described to me. But again, that's not a perception that I have of it. I've definitely seen this with non-fluent emoji users. Somewhat counterintuitively, in some cases, the use of emoji in messaging may actually cause greater cognitive strain on a recipient, causing people to spend more time trying to process the meaning of the visual elements of the text messaging. I'm imagining some specific individuals in my life, you know, holding their phone, looking down at it, sort of moving it closer and further from their face as they try to visually parse what the little symbols mean. I think there's a scene from the comedy show Brooklyn Nine-Nine where the boss, who is older, reads in a very deadpan way each of the emoji, making it clear that he does not understand the import behind each of them in a text message. So a similar sort of, I would say this is maybe a little bit more of a generational thing. I think there's certainly historically there was a, what's what I'm looking for here? Stereotype that millennials love emoji. And you know what? I love emoji. I'm not gonna be shy about it. I like emoji. I think they're useful. All right. And then emoji and initial impression. So this, I'm not familiar with this research at all. I was familiar with sort of the usage and perception research for some of the other ones. So Kian says Captain Holt is the best character for sharing. Yeah, I like Captain Holt. My favorite character would probably be Rosa. These are characters from the comedy show I mentioned earlier, for those of you who are not familiar. I don't want to assume people know about American TV. That feels, yeah, not very useful. Of particular interest are the initial impressions formed of an unknown other. While such research may hint at only subtle impacts within the already established relationship, the impact of expressive mobile communication has great effect upon the nature of impression formation within nascent relationships, and even in the nature of communication that occurs across text-based dating applications, like those found on popular platforms like Tinder, copyright, Bumble, copyright, or Grindr, copyright. And let me actually, Tyson et al., 2016. Tyson G. First look at user activity on Tinder from IEEE Conference on Advances in Social Network Analysis and Mining. Interesting. So I think the sort of like weird citation spread in that first paragraph was just like a little bit due to that point in the text, and it looks like the citations are actually pretty high quality. So if you're interested in working on emoji, this might be helpful. Here we have some appendix. So the non-expressive script has no exclamation points. The exclamation points are just, in some cases, replaced with periods, in some cases with no exclamation, and then in one case, a heart eyes emoji was appended. Different emojis. The monocle emoji. I think that must be the skeptical emoji rendered in the, these are Facebook, I believe. Let me just double check. No, these are not Facebook. What are these? I'm not super familiar with this emoji set. It could be Google, maybe? Let's see. Could be Microsoft, honestly. Let's see, was that angry face? So I just have hold please. So what I'm doing is I don't need to be in here anymore. So I have the Emojipedia for angry face open here, and what I'm doing is I'm looking at the visual representations of each of these and trying to figure out whose this is. Whose emojis are these? This isn't actually the right face, but I think we should be able to get the general. Is it? It might be Google. The mouth looks the same. Twitters are very flat. It's not Twitters. I'm leaning towards these being. Is it the enraged face? I'm leaning towards these being Apple. Nope, definitely not apples. Google's, yes, okay, so these are the Google emojis. Sorry, it's just when you are doing emoji research, if you can control which set of emoji visualizations the research participants see, you generally should. That's just good best practice, because particularly things like whether the pink heart has hair on it or not are platform specific. If you're not familiar with the hairy pink heart, let me, I believe it was actually also on Google, but there was a mistranslation of the Unicode, let's see if I can find it. Is it also on? Anyway, there's a mistranslation of the Unicode discussion, and for a while, the pink heart just had hair on it. I think in 2016. I'm trying to find, or was it yellow? Oh yeah, that's right. It's the yellow heart that had hair on it for some reason. Let me just show you. Sorry, I'm just getting a little bit, yeah, is that the right one? Oh, right, and it was the yellow heart was for a time rendered on Android as a pink heart with hair on it for, just funny miscommunication reasons. So a little bit of emoji lore there for you. The monocle should be easier to check. That's true. Perhaps I should have done that. Anyway, I'm sure we'll get to the research design in a little bit. Oh, that's a lot of statistics. Oh, it's been a while since I read a social science paper. I'll just say it, social scientists are better at statistics than most NLP people whose papers I read. No contest, not even close. But then again, social scientists are doing science, so perhaps that's to be expected. Alexei says, a bunch of emoji, indeed. Yep, so basically they help with tone. They also perhaps give information on the underlying personality that people may find helpful. They may also be reflective of the culture represented by the interaction partners. So one cross-cultural difference with emoji is in the US, it's very common to use the smiling emojis that have like the regular eyes, not the ones with the sort of smiling eye shape, whereas someplace like China, if you sent somebody the emoji, a smiling emoji without the smiling eye shape, it would be someone once described it to me as someone having dead eyes, right? So it would not necessarily be a positive emotion that was being represented by this smile. So just another cross-cultural difference, right? All right, and then gender and men's expressiveness. Interestingly, there are important differences in the individual ability to encode nonverbal messages, with a large body of research finding that women are generally better at encoding and decoding nonverbal messages than are men for a variety of cultural and historical reasons. See my book I wrote earlier for more details. Similarly, some research has found that women are predominantly more likely to use emoji, while men tend to avoid as high of a frequency of usage, mirroring much past research and also general cultural scripts that men ought to reinforce the hegemony and avoid expressive communication. Citation, 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 citation. One thing that I really appreciate about this framing is that one kind of general issue that you'll see, particularly around discussions of language use by people who are not being thoughtful and careful, is the assumption that whatever men are doing is the default, and that whatever women or not men are doing is somehow a variation from that default. So a great example with this would be, people will talk about how to write an email, and a lot of times women will get advice, specifically women will get advice about be more assertive and don't do any, face-saving behavior, don't do any sort of like, don't use exclamation points, don't use emoji, don't, be polite, whereas I don't think I've ever seen men get the feedback, hey, your emails are really dry and difficult to understand, you should include more emoji and more exclamation points and more polite language, with the assumption being that the default behavior is male and that is the correct one, and that I would say is very much not the framing here, which I appreciate. And also, honestly, what I would expect from the Journal of Men's Studies, not a journal I'm familiar with, but I would assume that they would not they would not assume that to be male and masculine is the default and everything else is an aberration, and therefore it's not worthy of study in its own right. Which is a line of thinking and argumentation that I think diminishes all of us. All right. Emoji usage is also linked to specific age ranges, including both youths, 16 to 25, and the likely parents of those youths, 36 to 50, who are high users. As a result, this was in 2018, as a result, emoji usage can easily get dismissively relegated to, quote, the world of women and children, even though emoji usage is increasingly pervasive as it becomes more and more normalized. To be sure, there is a concurrent rich body of literature suggesting that messaging behaviors that become culturally linked to women may ultimately be avoided by certain types of men for a variety of reasons, including the hegemonic reinforcement of orthogonal gender identities, right? Where the idea of like, to be a man, you must be as unlike a woman as possible, and that is the tiny box that you have to shove yourself into. Which, I don't know, I would say is, what a rough way to live your life, right? In practice, in part, this is because the demands of a toxic hegemonic masculinity that reinforces not only the oppression of women, but also the victimization of men who don't fit expected gender patterns. The idea of traditional masculine ideology is not only descriptive, but perceived as proscriptive for a variety of male-identified individuals, right? Like, to be a man, you must X, instead of just like, these are the ways that people who are men are in the world. Indeed, some men may experience anxiety about the possibility of being perceived as feminine, gay, weak, and or a variety of other negatively associated characteristics by both individual men and the generalized other, depending upon characteristics like their own internalized homophobia, their own beliefs in traditional sex roles, and a variety of other contextual cues, and attributional processes that influence their thinking. In fact, recent work on texting looks at the idea of heterosexuality and gender as intrinsically entwined, noting that young men might struggle in disengaging the concepts and therefore struggle with threats to their own identity through messaging practices. In mediated social or gaming contexts, heterosexual young men often express fears and anxieties about being perceived as less masculine or work hard to present themselves as hypermasculine to avoid such comparisons. And there was also some interesting work, I don't see it cited here, I can dig up the citation if anyone's interested, so online game players who were the most negative and, you know, communicated the most abusively towards female players were also themselves the worst players. So there seems to be this sort of like, I don't know. I guess it could go either way, right? I don't want to make any causal statements there. So, yeah. So just sort of the, I don't know, challenge of feeling like the only way to be what you know you are is to create a very small and restrictive space for yourself and then stay there forever, which, when people talk about toxic masculinity, that's what they mean, right? Like behavior that is harmful, both to men and not men, and that constrains your life in ways that are not good for you. Like a great example would be not being as willing to go to the doctor, right? Even if you have a serious medical issue, because you believe that it would be unmasculine for you to do that. So that hurts you, right? So that the masculinity and the way that you're portraying it hurts you, not that it is inherently toxic or bad to be masculine. I don't think anyone would, well, I would disagree with anyone who claimed that. All right. General expressiveness can also get sex-typed in our culture, such that behaviors associated with increasing one's communicative ability can be seen as feminine, making it difficult to be both expressive and also perceived as masculine or manly. An interesting thing here that I don't think he's going to talk about is that another part of this on the linguistic side is that linguistic changes tend to start with women, right? So if there's some sort of ongoing linguistic change in process, which there always is, it tends to start with and move more quickly among women, and then sort of the rest of the population catches up. Relevant. That's it. So it could be, you know, lack of willingness to adopt to the new, as well as, you know, trying to really constrain yourself. At the same time, it may be noted that some researchers have found that expressiveness is less likely to be seen as an indicator of gender identity than other superficial indicators like gender-typed hobbies or even the amount of food that people eat. 1987. That sounds like a fun study. That is, although expressiveness has an impact, the presence of other stereotypically represented gender behaviors might be more likely to impact perceptions. Yeah, so basically they're like, hey, we know that there's this evidence that expressiveness may be linked to perceptions of gender, in particular masculinity. We know that this might also include emoji. Sir. We know that this might also include emoji, so let's look at it, right? Let's do an experiment to see what the difference is here. And they picked apart expressiveness, so here linked to use of punctuation marks, and also emoji usage as sort of two separate things. And then they also looked at you know, both gender and sexuality precepts, I believe. So let's see if we can find the discussion of... there will be a main effect for ratings of Confederate heterosexual... So these are hypotheses that they will either reject or fail to reject. There will be a main effect for ratings of confident Confederate, so basically the person you're talking to, not any other use of the word Confederate, heterosexuality by expressiveness condition, with ratings of heterosexuality lower in the more expressive condition. So if you're, you know, expressing yourself, you may be perceived as less heterosexual, specifically for men, question mark? There will be no main effect for ratings of Confederate heterosexuality by Confederate sex, or there will be an interactive effect for ratings of Confederate heterosexuality by both expressiveness conviction and Confederate sex, such that participants rate male Confederates who are more expressive as significantly less heterosexual than any of the other three conditions. Okay, so this was the question I was like, what are the potential interactions here, right, of perceived gender and perceived heterosexuality? Yeah. And then looking at perceptions of masculinity, where less expressive will be seen as more masculine is one of the hypotheses. Another potential thing is a main effect of the actual sex, gender. They're saying sex here, so I'm going to go with their terminology. Sex, so that male Confederates are seen as more masculine than female Confederates. So, you know, that the person's sex will affect their perceived sex. I would probably call this gender, but you know, not my paper. There'll be an interaction effect between Confederate sex and expressiveness. So participants, 94 undergraduate students at a medium-sized private institution in the southwestern United States, probably their institution, right? But they're being vague here for peer review to sort of keep it a little bit hidden who the author is. A lot of students, 18 to 22, so a typical weird Western industrialized, educated, whatever R stands for, whatever G stands for. It's a term from psychology that indicates the specific population that we tend to do most of our tests on. 2x2 IRB approval. So I mentioned the Institutional Review Board. They went through it using Zoom and Qualtrics. Copyright. I appreciate the use of copyrights. This must be a style recommendation from the journal. Student orientation. So this is... Okay, so the research competitor. This is a person who is in on the research and, you know, has been told what to do. And this is the person who is using the emojis or the exclamation point. And then they are texted. And we saw some examples of what that looked like. And then participants had a couple of questions they had to ask, and they were also asked to guess age, sex, sexual orientation, etc., as well as a variety of questions matching participants' own attitude. How much they liked it, general perceptions of them, how close they thought they were, masculinity, femininity, fear of sexual misidentification were targeted to specifically the participant's self-reported sexual identity. For straight identified participants, the scale included, I am careful not to do things that might make others think I'm gay, and if someone questioned my sexual orientation, it would not bother me, reverse coded. Okay, so the participants had to be like, this is where I fall on this scale. For LGBTQI identified participants, it was from, I'm careful not to do things that would make other people think I'm straight, to if someone questioned my sexual orientation, it would not bother me. Perceptions of their heterosexuality. Okay, so gender role orientation, is that different from the masculinity? My research partner seems pretty manly. My research partner is masculine. And okay, so they took those two things together. Okay, so this is participants willing to stand. Oh, so this is an information about the participants and their own relationship towards masculinity or femininity. Okay, gotcha. Okay. So generally, when there were more expressive so these are results. More expressive conversations resulted in higher partner ratings. So people said they liked the conversation more if their partners were more expressive. No effect of how people... Oh, interesting. Sorry. So that was a rating of how much they liked the people. How expressive the conversation was had no effect on how much they liked the conversation. Interesting. And then the third hypothesis predicted that participants' rates of Confederate perceived masculinity would be higher for male Confederates in the less expressive condition. Okay, so people were perceived as more masculine when they were less expressive. And they were also received as more... Sorry, let me read this. Participants rating of Confederate perceived femininity would be higher for male Confederates in the more expressive conditions than the less expressive conditions. Male Confederates were rated as more feminine in the more expressive conditions. Okay, so yes. Significant effort expressiveness. Are these just the same, basically? Participants rating higher for metal, less expressive. Okay. Perceive femininity. Okay, so these are two relationships that more expressive, less masculine, more expressive, more feminine. Okay. And the fifth hypothesis predicted there would be no significant difference in ratings of perceived femininity for female Confederates regardless of the expressiveness condition. Unexpectedly, there was a significant difference between expressiveness conditions in ratings of perceived femininity among female Confederates, such that female Confederates were rated as significantly more feminine in the more expressive conditions than in the less expressive conditions. Okay, so this seems like a pretty strong relationship, both for the male participants and the female participants, or male Confederates and the female Confederates. Okay, that makes sense. God, this would be better as a chart. Infinitely better as a chart. I would love that. And then... this is the interaction of expressiveness and Confederate sex. So ratings of Confederate sexuality would be impacted by the expressiveness, which honestly, that's not that big an effect, particularly when you look at sort of like these F scores that are like 31, 25, 21. Here we have an F score of 5.5 with a P of 0.2. And if they're doing Bonferroni correction, that's a null. So I don't know if they are or not. I guess I could look for it. I'm not going to. lower ratings of Confederate heterosexuality in the more expressive condition. Okay, so if this is a robust effect, then there may be a relationship between ratings of heterosexuality and expressiveness. And sure enough, yes, there's no, bias towards saying all men are gay, all women are straight, or something like that. There's no interaction between ratings of heterosexuality and sex. The eighth hypothesis predicted there would be an interaction effect for ratings of Confederate heterosexuality influenced by both expressiveness condition and Confederate sex, such that male Confederates who are more expressive will be rated as significantly less heterosexual than any other three conditions. Interestingly, there was an interaction effect. However, we discovered that male Confederates who are less expressive are rated as considerably more heterosexual than are more expressive Confederate males and any Confederate female. Okay, so isn't that what they were looking for? An interaction effect for ratings of Confederate. Yeah, that's what they were looking for. Okay, so it looks like this expressiveness only affects heterosexuality judgments of men, doesn't seem to have an effect on women. God, I'd love a chart. If this information were represented visually instead of blocks of text, I'd be much happier right now. All right. Expressiveness on masculinity. Less expressive male Confederates were seen as more masculine than were more expressive male Confederates. Male Confederates are seen as more masculine than female Confederates. Okay, that makes sense. And less expressive male Confederates were rated as more masculine and manly than would be predicted by the main effect alone for more expressive male Confederates, for less expressive female Confederates, and for more expressive female Confederates. Okay, so it's almost as if, let's see, interaction effect between Confederate sex and expressiveness, with male Confederates in the less expressive condition seen as significantly more masculine manually than would otherwise be predicted by main effects alone. Okay, so what they're saying is that it's not just that less expressive women are also identified as more masculine. It's not just that this pattern of usage is in and of itself a marker of masculinity, but that it is a marker of masculinity for men specifically. And this was sort of broadcast to participants by using gendered names for the Confederates. Oh, that was a slog. Interesting. So the question they had about participants' fear of sexual misidentification of themselves didn't have an effect with any of their perceptions, only also their description of their own masculinity. Interesting. Yeah, so in general, it seems that this is not being expressive is seen as a more masculine behavior, specifically in men, has, no particular effect in women, and may also be being more expressive may be seen as being potentially less heterosexual, and again, that effect is only in men, and also that there is that relationship that they mentioned previously about masculinity and heterosexuality being linked, and lack of masculinity and homosexuality being linked a little bit. Although I would say that the masculinity and expressiveness is really the strongest effect here, far and away, looking at sort of the effect size, which is important. Okay. My God, I could have used a graph, a single graph. There were no graphs in this paper. It was just text, or a chart would have been good, or even a table. Hell, I would have taken a table. That's that study. Let's talk about the sea level. All right, this is the last one. That can't be right. Wait. Has it? No, that can't be the right number of hours. One sec, sorry. We've been here for almost 4 hours. Time flies. Lexi says it's interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. And Yeah, and I will say, again, this is specifically in the context of a college on the west coast of America, so I imagine you'd have different results cross-culturally. Weird participants, right? I'm going to look up what the R and the D stand for, because that's going to bother me. Weird psychology. Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic are what the R and the D stand for. All right. Which, I mean, even if, you know, y'all who are in the chat, that's not a great representation of everybody who's here today. So, not everybody in the world, right? Yeah. All right. So, yeah, let's just read the abstract and then maybe look at some charts. I think that's about where I can engage intellectually with this paper. A central premise for the Stone Age archaeology of northern Scandinavia, not a field I've thought about much, is that most coastal sites were located on or close to the contemporary shoreline when they were in use. By reconstructing the trajectory of rapid and continuous relative sea level fall that characterize large regions of Fennoscandia, a fen is like a bog, right? I don't know what Fennoscandia is. Is this a place? Wait a minute. I'm gonna search this in another tab. What is this? The Fennoscandia. Oh, Fenno as in Finland. Okay, so it's everything up there on the Scandinavian peninsula. Does it include Denmark? Administratively, it encompasses the mainlands of Finland, Norway, and Sweden, as well as Murmansk Oblast and much of the Republic of Karelia. Okay. The whole landmass up there. This offers a dating method termed shoreline dating, which is widely applied. However, where the potential, this is what elephant seals do in the mating season. However, well, the potentially immense benefits of an additional source of temporal data separate from radiometric and typological methods is unquestionable. The geographical contingency and thus relative rarity of the method means that it has been under limited scrutiny compared to more established dating techniques in archaeology. So basically, something that is important in an archaeological site is dating it, figure out when stuff happened and what people did there at that point in time and various points in time, because a lot of sites were inhabited continuously for centuries, millennia, etc. A little bit rarer in the archaeology of North America in particular, because a lot of the indigenous populations that lived here tend to have, you know, several sites that they would go through throughout the year, particularly here in Virginia. But in places, particularly along the Mississippi River, we did have, you know, long-term, large-scale indigenous populations, cities, basically, including perhaps the largest city ever to be sustained primarily by foraging in the Mississippi River Delta, which is the archaeology of North America is really, really interesting, particularly like pre-Columbian North America. You know, it's where I live. I like to know about it, even though it's, you know, a bummer, because it's lots of folks what were genocided. Not all of them, right? Obviously, there's still indigenous Americans living here today, but Alexi says, what? Question mark, question mark, question mark? Oh, is that about North American indigenous sites? Yeah, there's a really big one near St. Louis. If you're interested in learning more, what is the name of the site? Cahokia. That's it. Huge city. And I mean, unfortunately, a lot of, you know, archaeological sites that were, you know, inhabited by indigenous Americans were desecrated and destroyed by European settlers. But yeah, Cahokia is absolutely fascinating site. It's a UNESCO heritage. I'll pop a link to the Wikipedia in the chat. Educate yourselves. Again, not my area of expertise necessarily, but something that I just, like, as an individual, enjoy learning about. Yeah, and it's way smaller than it was previously. But the one that I was talking about was further south than Cahokia, and I don't remember the name because I can't remember words. Apologies. All of which is to say, I know next to nothing about archaeological sites of Finland. I don't know if these are going to have, like, I don't know, or Norway rather, long-term habitation or not. No. Alexi says, I'm about shoreline dating. Yeah. Anyway, you got to know when things happen. So I think most people are familiar with radiocarbon dating, radiometric data, right? Like based on the decay rate of carbon-14. I assume this is common knowledge. If I know this about another field, surely it's common knowledge. Everybody knows about that. Yeah? And typological methods, what's on top of what, right? And I'm guessing shoreline dating is like where the shore is on a specific time, because we know, like, you know, it went up and down, like Doggerland was flooded, stuff like that. I know a little bit about the archaeology and history of the North Sea, but not a whole bunch. This paper attempts to remedy this by quantifying the spatial relationship between Stone Age sites located below the marine limit and the prehistoric shoreline along the Norwegian Skagerrak coast. Monte Carlo simulation, our old friend, my old friend, perhaps also your old friend, is employed to combine the uncertainty associated with independent temporal data on the use of the sites in the form of carbon-14 dates, like I mentioned, and the reconstruction of local shoreline displacement. How much the sea moved, I'm guessing. Sounds right to me. These findings largely confirm previous hypotheses that sites older than the late Neolithic tend to have been located on or close to the shoreline when they were occupied. Drawing on the quantitative nature of the results, a new and formalized method for the shoreline dating of sites in the region is proposed and compared to previous applications of the technique. Let's look at some charts. Again, this is not something that I'm going to be able to give you a deep insight about any more than probably y'all watching. Okay, so this must be where they are looking at. And then here we have, can I make you bigger? That's worse. Okay, helpful. I think that is to search for visually similar results. Okay, so this is deglaciation at 1,000-year intervals from 17 to 8,000 years BCE. The study area defined later in the text is marked with a red outline. For interpretations of references to the color in the figure legend, the reader is referred to the web version of the article. Okay, so deglaciation. So 17,000 years ago, we had glaciers at their furthest extent, pretty much completely covering, northern Britain and pretty much the whole of the thing, and also a lot of the sea, because I believe, can you see my mouse? You can't see it. I believe that Doggerland was flooded due to deglaciation and glacial melting, if I am correct. Again, if any of you are more familiar with the sort of geological history of the North Sea than I am, well, this is the North Sea, right? What's this one? What sea is this? I'm gonna look up. Map of Northern Europe. I'm suddenly just doubting myself. Oh, this is what happens when I try to talk about things that I haven't studied for a decade, is I get very nervous that I'm wrong about it. Yes, that's the North Sea. Okay. And causes of Doggerland sinking? It didn't really sink, right? The sea level rose. Flooded by raising sea levels 6,500 to 6,200 BCE. So between after this. Yes. So all of this sort of, you can't really see, but like there would have been a land mass there that existed until after the extent of that glaciation was gone. And the point they're trying to make here is it goes up. They're going away. Which is why the sea line was changing, right? Because when large amounts of ice change, the sea level goes up and or down. And if the changes of the ice melts, it goes up. you know, perhaps relevant to us. Okay, and then we have, looks like here, a bunch of sites, question mark. Location of the study area and distribution of the analyzed sites. The isobases have a direction of 37 degrees. Displacement curves. Note the increased steepness of the curves towards the northeast end. I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means. Okay. Okay, so I guess they're looking at, okay, so this is time. And this is meters above present day sea level. Oh, I see. Okay, so they are, if we follow along the curve here, they are moving closer and closer and closer to present day sea level as we get closer to our current time, because the sea level was higher and then it went down. That can't be right. The sea level went up. Right? Didn't it? If the sea level didn't go up, then where's Doggerland? Each basin thus represent. Are they going to 0 meters above present sea level? I assumed these were underwater sites. Because I thought they said something that made me think these are underwater. Yeah, located below the marine limit. That's what made me think they were underwater. Maybe they weren't. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, well, sea is moving around and we're trying to find them, and I don't know which direction it was going. It was going one of them, up and or down. And if folks were trying to live right by the sea and the sea moved, they would move, is my understanding here. Due to the somewhat variable practices between excavations, while available spatial geometry best represents the site limit, was decided based on evaluation of the excavation reports. Okay, so some of those numbers might be a little bit fuzzy. 3 of these sites have been associated with agriculture. Oh, that's fun. Either directly or in the form building structures. Agriculture buildings. Threshing barns. I don't know how you could tell something was a threshing barn from like post holes. I'm not an archaeologist. I just show up sometimes and read their papers with no background. All right, but I mean, like agriculture, they're probably pretty settled, right? Shoreline dating is based on the spatial relationship between 2 phenomena, occupation of sites and shoreline displacement, each with associated temporal uncertainty. So this is helpful. If you can quantify the degree of uncertainty, then you can get like a more exact date, right? And like knowing when things happened helps you build your understanding of the patterns of human behavior that were occurring there at that time. And also archaeologists care a lot about dates. That's what I know. To take account of the gradient of the isostatic rebound, the trajectory of shoreline displacement was first interpolated to each site location based on the distances to the isobases of the displacement curve using inverse distance weighting. What's an isostatic rebound? Something radius. This is a math term, or is this a geology term? I don't know. I'm searching it. Elastic deformation of material caused by the removal of an external load. In particular, geologists and engineers use this to describe how the Earth's crust responds to large weights or pressure changes. The rays of land masses that were depressed by the huge weights of ice sheets during the last ice age. It went up? What? What? Today I learned. So apparently when there were glaciers on the land, it was sort of like pressed down because they were heavy, and when they went away, the land went up a certain degree. How much? Sorry, how much movement was there? NASA, you are unhelpful here. Please, maybe Wikipedia will be more helpful. I'm on the post-glacial rebound phase here. Example, none of it. Effects, vertical crustal motion. Yeah, how much did it go up? Blah, 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 the reason, Iron Age, sea, much of modern Finland is former seabed or archipelago. He's barking. Okay, so the sea must have gone down if Finland used to be a seabed. And I guess that's what happened. The Iron Age inhabitants were known to subsist on substantial coastal faulting. Yeah, how much did it move, though? I want to know how much distance it went. Okay. Up to 10 centimeters per century in northern Great Britain, and in the southern half, up to 5 centimeters per century. Okay, so it's big, particularly if we're looking at like this. 11 millimeters per year is happening now in Northern Europe because of the ice glaciation melting stuff. Cool. I had no idea that could happen. It makes sense, but I guess today I learned. Maybe you learned. But it also makes sense because they're looking over like a, 17 to 8,000, 9,000 years. So if it's, 10 centimeters a century at a maximum, that's quite a bit of movement. Okay, and then if sea levels went down, then they would be further inland than they were when they were built. Okay. Interesting. And these curves, single simulation. Okay, so here we're getting to quantifying the uncertainty here, and it looks like about 6-7 meters worth of uncertainty based on the simulation could be in there somewhere. Because they're trying to model basically how fast the sea went down and where it was at a specific point in time. Because if there's a fishing village, it's probably on the coast, right? Cool. Charts. These are definitely made in R. Cool. I don't know what these mean. Anyway, it's cool that they can do this. That's all I have to say about that. I don't have enough, background knowledge to talk about this in any other depth. Much more depth. Alexi says, maybe this is why it's confusing to say what was underwater. Yeah, very possible, because what was underwater was changing over time. And like I said, not an area I have read much about, specifically the archaeology of the North Sea. And it looks like, as you'd expect, some of these sites have more potential change or evaluation of the. Okay, so some of these sites there's more uncertainty than with others. That's a pretty big. So here the middle is 0. This tick is -5,000, and this is +5,000 years. So for some of these, it's quite a range. In all cases, it looks like it is more than 2,000 to 3,000 years. But I mean, still, you're looking at 17,000 years ago. That's still more information than you had before, right? Did some redating. So sort of looking at, I'm guessing that these are sort of, obviously they're arranged by this graph, but that should hopefully mean that they were also arranged geographically, right? For as the sea moved out. Well, I can't say anything else useful about this, but it is cool. Oh, okay, so here's an example of, I'm presuming, people moving towards the sea as the sea went away. And it's going to be much harder to do that for the next couple millennia, huh? Centuries, decades? Anyway, cool study. If you're interested in reading it, or you know more about archaeology than I do, perhaps you will get more value from it. But I learned about something cool, which is, what was it? Ice post-glacial rebound. I'll pop that in the chest as well. And that it's currently happening to us. So that's cool. All right, and by us, I mean Northern Europe. I don't think it's happening to the continental US right now. We don't have a whole lot of glaciers. All right, so that's what I got for you today. Wow, we talked for a really long time. Hope you enjoyed it, learned some stuff, had a good think, right? That's always what I hope for from this stream, is that we all increase our knowledge and consider things a little bit more deeply than we do, and we're just sort of learning about stuff on Thursdays. So I will be back on Thursday. I will talk to you then. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.